What's going on, everybody? We are live for my once every 2 weeks live stream, and I have a different person here joining us. If you've been following the channel for a while, you know we did a video with each other like a long time ago, actually, about like why all the new knives are boring. And since then, dude, me and Brian have been buddies, and I felt it was an opportunity to like have us like join up again for some fun conversations tonight. So
Guys, there's a lot of fun stuff we could talk about for sure.
yeah, dude, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I mean, we were shooting the shit a little bit before this, but basically, I'm just heat treating right now. Boring stuff, nothing crazy going on. I did just announce that I'm actually opening book spots again at the end of this year, which I haven't done in like over a year now. It just took a
Hell
long
yeah.
time, but I was gonna I actually wanted to ask you some questions about that too, but we can get into that later.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
quick.
Let me say hi to a few people real quick. What up, Ground Fog? What up, Cole? Goondocks, thanks for checking in. Marcos Gamma, Fit a Bit, friggin' Mersalt, Papa Rhino, CPM, Crispy Critter. How you guys doing? Welcome. Thank you for hopping in. I know there's a few more of you that are lurking, but what's up? How you guys doing? All right, yeah. So let's chat, man. We were talking. We got a few things to go back and forth about tonight, man.
Sure.
What up, Steve Claire? Yeah, dude. So awesome. You're opening up your books again. I mean, dude, I don't think I've heard you open your books in forever. You said it's been like a year, right?
It's been over a year.
Dang, dude.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, the thing that kept happening was well, the first thing is I took a lot of spots in the beginning because I don't
Yeah.
take for money, so I didn't see a reason in my head to restrict the number of spots. In retrospect, I regret doing that because even if people don't have a knife with you or money with you, they just want to know when it's their turn. So you
Yeah.
get constant emails like, "When's it my turn? When's it my turn?" Like,
Yeah.
so I realized it's better to just do like a small number of book spots and then just it's your turn immediately, and then
Yeah.
do it again. That's the way to do it. The way like Cap City does his mods, it just takes like 10 to 15 people, boom, done.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing I realized is big mistake. So I was like, I'm not taking your money. Why do I care how many spots I take?
Hmm.
But no, it doesn't matter if they have nothing with you. They just want to know when it's their turn. So
Yeah.
that's
Totally.
second thing I learned is that a lot of makers have different ways of doing book spots, some better, some worse. Like first come, first serve is one of the worst ways because
Okay.
time zones, some people have good internet, some people have bad internet. No one likes first serve. It's very frustrating for people.
Yeah.
Most people do lotto, but the problem with lotto is, sometimes you get unlucky. That can also be frustrating. Like imagine you enter a lotto 30 times, you never get a spot, but then someone enters for the first time and they just win.
Dude, I know this specifically from dealing with the Bob Trezzola lottos. Like I've been in his like, special like kind of like whatever, like videos where or like private shows where you can like, you know, yeah, and like dude, there are guys there that I know that have like you don't pay any money to get into the lotto, obviously, right? But like, bro, they get pulled for like 3 or 4 different knives, and my name has never been pulled in like 20 plus knives, and I'm looking and these guys buy like every single ones that their names get pulled, and they're not willing to resell, so I'm just like, bro, like, can I get an Eagle Rock?
I came up with today, I'm calling it the stacked lotto system.
Okay.
Basically, every time you enter a lotto and you lose, you gain an entry for the next lotto, so it stacks. So basically,
nice.
by lotto 17, if you're that unlucky, you have 17 spots, whereas someone who entered for the first time only has 1 spot. So your odds are way better.
Wow.
Once you win, that consumes all your spots, right? But
yeah,
That way, it makes it so that people who've been entering from the beginning, they'll slowly get their stuff first, whereas people who only recently started supporting have a lesser chance, but still do have a chance.
Dude, that's actually genius. I never would have thought of that. That's actually really sick.
Yeah, and so I have a friend who does coding who's going to program an easy way for me to do the bookkeeping part of it. So
Yeah.
basically, automated, go into a spreadsheet, and it'll say how many spots people have and stuff. It'll just do it on its own. So,
Nice. Dude, that's freaking sick, actually. I'm so impressed, actually. I never thought about that, but that's like I don't know why, but like my mind is blown. Like why has nobody done that before? You know what I mean?
I think there is a reason why it hasn't happened yet. It just has to do with the focus of a knife maker in general. Most knife
Mm,
makers are very what they there's two things, and I'm not casting aspersions here, but there's
right.
two that knife makers primarily care about. One is money, and
Of course.
two is making the best product possible because that matches their artistic vision, right? And that's the
Mm.
second one, not the first one. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
but obviously, making the customer experience better in terms of getting a knife when it's so hyped that it's always going to sell out. That's not like creating the stacked lotto system or something like that is not going to make me more money. It just makes the customer more satisfied when they enter the lotto. But
Yeah,
they're paying me money, so I gain nothing from it monetarily. And then
right.
also nothing to do with the actual knife making part. So a lot of people who just into knives for making like the most beautiful thing possible, they just don't think about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But dude, I mean like that we've seen enough like feedback from the community, that like of for people getting frustrated with lotto systems. I mean, I'm one of them, right? So like
Example,
you yeah, you would think that at like some point somebody would have thought of doing things a little different, you know what I mean?
I mean,
Uh but
you know how Oz does the Roosevelts with the
yeah,
lotto system, and recently he started doing more first come first serve.
mhm,
It's because people are complaining all the time, but first come first serve is never the answer. It's not the
yeah,
answer.
yeah,
Um, I think a stacked lotto system would work great for Oz. He could just have it all in a database on his website because they auto enter on each lotto.
yeah.
So
Dude, your friend who is like coding that together could like sell that to everybody in the knife community actually and like make a little profit for himself, or herself, whoever it is. But
yeah,
like
totally could. And he said it's not even a lot of work. He said it's like 5 minutes on JavaScript because he's a coder by profession. So
beautiful. Even
this
better.
like us like we I don't know about you, maybe you do some code, but as a knife maker I don't know shit about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but like someone else who can, they can solve our problems so quickly.
Dude, I mean, honestly, if they marketed that, they could hit up everybody from like Recon One to all of the custom makers and just be like, "Yo, this thing's like $10, or even like 20, 40, 50 dollars, and then boom, it solves a lot of the headache, you know."
When people know they have a better chance every time they enter, that's better for the maker too because people will keep entering. And
Exactly,
that'll keep
exactly.
engagement going. Because a
Yeah,
lot
yeah, they
I enter 5 Oz I lose 5 in a row. I'm unmotivated to enter the next three.
precisely, precisely. Real quick, let me say what's up to a few people that hopped in. What up, Top Dog? Pedro Armstrong. Crispy, I'm saying hi to you again because you're just that cool. You get hi twice. Louie, how you doing? Psycho, what's going on, brother? Matisfaction, everybody. What's going on, dude? Let's see who else. Jeffrey Dawson. I don't think I said what's up to you, but how you doing, man? Like, now, let's see. It would be great if there was a redundancy check for the shipping address, email recipient. Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's an interesting point. So like you weren't getting people maybe entering under different names and stuff like that.
Yeah, that I think there's no way to solve completely, but shipping
Yeah,
address help. Although some people just put like their mom's shipping address if they live close and like there's always ways around every system to cheat. But I think
Yeah.
like as far as like fair entries go, I think it'll be pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, I honestly like I definitely like I said, I think your friend could, make I mean, especially for the amount of time it takes to code something like that, could make a
Yeah,
little bit of cash. You know what
he's
I mean?
so I don't think he cares. Not like over $100 an hour category. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Who gives a shit at all about making a little extra money? Like, okay, cool. People have more money than the rest of us, so you know how it is.
Oh, so I wanted to also ask you, how was the response for one of your latest lives where you were talking about you were discussing people's kind of intention behind their words, when they were saying like, oh, well, edge geometry is more important than heat treat anyways. Like, I know like what you were saying was 100% facts, right? Like, that, you know, heat treat is important, and if you're buying a knife you want all of the things, they're not mutually exclusive,
Yeah,
right? Like, yes, geometry is freaking important, no questions asked, right? Especially if you're employing this thing as like an EDC tool and not just like a quote unquote hard use wedge. you know but like, how was the response from the public about that?
I think it was overall really positive. I only had one negative comment, but he also said he didn't even watch the video. So, because the one negative comment was not about the video, it was that he said my caption was like, I guess he just misunderstood what the caption was saying, and then I
Yeah.
was, that's not what I said in the video. Here's what I actually said, and he's like, well, you wasted my. I watched the video, and I still think you said this, and then he's like, I wasted my time watching the video, and then he deleted his comments, and I was like, okay, whatever.
Okay, so basically just being a dick to be a dick.
Well, basically just one person, and that's you always have one. The other thing is,
Yeah.
I have hate followers, which is not what most people have. Most people just have their fault. They have ghost followers and real followers, and that's it.
Right.
I have probably some ghost followers, active followers, and then hate followers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't block people.
Right.
I recognize names because the same people will watch all of my videos and lives just to leave a hate comment. So I know
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
block people just because they drop hate comments. I just go, hey, what's up again?
Thanks for the views. Thanks for bumping me in the algorithm.
So, but like the same people comment every time. Like, so I have some hate followers, and they're the ones who like drop those comments, but I don't really see them as like a big portion of my audience, right? They're vocal.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
Like they're not, they're not the ones who are like mostly driving my page and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, believe me, I understand hate followers because after I freaking nailed Vostein for what I felt was like really poor design, and I was being genuine about my opinions. Like, bro, I got freaking death threats from people who, yeah, like, I mean, I reported them to YouTube, right? But like, I thought it was hilarious. It's like, bro, you're getting that angry over me freaking giving my opinion on a knife made by a company in China that you have no affiliation with, and like is whatever.
It's
under
$150.
Like, come on.
Emotional about. I had a dispute with another knife maker recently, and a unhappy fan of his sent me a glitter bomb. Actually, it's funny. It's like, man, you really care enough to spend money to try to prank me because you're that mad?
Right? Oh, it's so good.
Like that. Like, I'm not that important, dude. Go buy yourself cotton candy or something. Brighten your day.
Exactly. Oh, what's up, Pretty Fly? What's up, Brian? How you guys doing? Ed Harrison, I saw you in the chat. Sharp guy, how you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well. Man, dude, so funny. I love when people get that angry because like I've seen it in several industries now, and it's like, dude, life ain't that serious, bro. I mean, like some things in life can be serious, but your hobbies should never get you angry to the point where you're like hateful. You know what I mean? Like I have
Yeah,
one guy who watches all of my videos and downvotes like every video I post. And I'm like, you know that like for the algorithm, they just see that as engagement, right? Like they don't care. Like you're actually like engaging with the content, so they're still gonna boost it.
that is actually the secret. If you really care, the secret is to watch 2 seconds of the video and then just click out.
Yeah, yeah, literally.
Watch 2 seconds of every video. But the thing is, the haters, they can't resist. They have to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
They hate, and it's like, wow, they're more dedicated than like the followers who like my followers who like me. You know, all the way to the end, like because like they'll reference things that I said at the end of my like videos.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
They watch the whole thing, and I'm like, wow, you are very dedicated. Like that is
Yeah,
impressive.
it's awesome.
Not bad for me. Like, hey, you keep doing that. That's fine.
It's so good. It's so good. Now you mentioned you had a few questions for me, and then I definitely want to talk about this guy over here.
We can talk about that first. Actually, I mean, some of my questions are related to that. So
Okay, perfect. So one of the things, like, I need to move this on because I got this knife in for review, and I've held on to it for too long. And in truth, like, I don't think I'm gonna do like a full blown review on it. And I wanted to kind of more do like a commentary like this, you know. When I do my video, it'll be more of just this commentary. But this is going to be great because we'll have two different perspectives, and I can play devil's advocate to my own points. But I got this Eric Oaks Londra EDX in for review, and this is not a cheap knife. This is a $320 knife. And first of all, like this is the box it came in, you know, and it's like, okay, whatever. I can excuse the box. I don't really care too much about the box itself. I care more about the contents. But I opened it and it's like, okay, you get your typical pouch with the name stitched on it. Cool. Then I saw the certificate of authenticity, which is like printed on really cheap cardstock. And this is how it arrived to me. Like just bent and crinkled to shit, you know, like with like literal creases in it. And then I'm like, oh, okay. Got this, you know, budget ass sticker in it, you know. And then for me, the most kind of insulting was there's this freaking like I honestly want to say that this is from like Pep Boys or freaking like one of the car like stores where you buy like your oil and stuff like that. Microfiber towel doesn't have his logo or anything on it. It's just like the most generic microfiber towel. And I'm like, bro, for like $320, right? You're getting this relatively small knife, actually. You know, like this is a 3-finger knife for me, at least, you know, in M390 and titanium with like a really, really small section of purple haze fat carbon. Now, the knife itself is actually really great. Like, I think for a 3-finger knife, it's a little heavy, but fundamentally, like it's a good knife. Like I don't really have any criticisms or anything to say that anybody already hasn't said. It does have this like micro milling right here, which is nice in a pinch grip, Yeah, which I really enjoy that. So like I've got no criticisms for the knife. But like, dude, it's a small knife in M390 with a little bit of purple haze and shitty packaging, right? And this thing was like heralded by every reviewer as being fucking awesome and like, oh dude, this thing is so good. And it is, it's a good knife. But then people are saying that like this at 275 is too expensive, even though it's like literally like 3 inches fucking bigger, has much more.
People who say that are just saying that because it's steel, though. That's it.
Yeah, and it's literally just because it's S35,
Which we
right?
can talk about that too. I think that's an interesting separate topic. Is like,
Yeah,
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 that price. But
but
on the
it's
packaging,
yeah.
so because my perspective on packaging, so this is I don't necessarily think this is right. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Tay's comment. He says it
Oh,
shows.
just call him Psycho.
Okay, Psycho. He says it shows they have no pride for their product or even their brand. The packaging is a big part of your presentation.
Thank you.
That actually makes sense. For me, my packaging is also part of my brand, but in a different way, right? I'm not trying to wow you with the fanciest packaging. For me, I go the most bare bones humanly possible. I break down the price and I say, you're not paying for any packaging at all.
Right.
And the other thing is, so there's a few elements to it. So first of all, like there's the element of I don't want you to pay anything for packaging. So I don't
Right.
do packaging, right? Because if I did do packaging, then I would charge for packaging, right? Because everything is just I charge what it costs me, right? The second thing is that I personally, as someone who has a Pelican case and I put all my knives in there when I have them, I don't use these boxes to store my knives. They're just
Right.
cluttering up space, and I hate that. I also hate that people say, "Well, why don't you just throw away the box then?" Well, it feels bad because one, if it's a nice looking box, I know I paid for it. Two, when I sell the knife, there's going to be people who want the box because they know it came in a nice box, right?
Right.
So I have to keep it, and it just has to take up space. So that's the second reason I don't like packaging. Like when I get a nice knife, I actually prefer it to come as bare bones as possible, and the knife to just be a little cheaper, as long as
Mhm.
it's safely packaged, right? Like if it's just bubble wrap and I know it's not gonna get scratched or bumped in shipping,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, that's what I need is safety, but not an actual nice box for me personally.
Yeah.
Um, that's for me. Like here's a good example. So um, these are the stickers that I put in when I ship a knife. And for me, the sticker is mostly a meme, so I don't really care about like having it be super special or anything.
Yeah.
I proudly made in my parents' garage sticker.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The reason for this sticker is because there's people who shit on me for being in a garage, right? They're like, "Oh, you work in a garage. You're not a real knife maker." It's like, okay, but
A
uh,
lot
but
of
I like to take people's insults and turn them into something good for me. So this is
yeah.
part of my brand is people love these stickers. I have people ask me to just send them the sticker because even though it's a shitty sticker, it's just fun, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
And then obviously just because I like anime, I have like anime stickers that I get off Amazon and I just throw in
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
cheap stickers. But um,
See,
that is
and I'm with you. Like
yeah,
I'm with you, right? Like CKF. Okay, I got the Trezola Eagle Rock, which is not a cheap knife by any means, right? Like, but it just came in this pouch, no box, right? And inside it had a microfiber towel and just a little like certificate of authenticity card. I don't even necessarily need this, you know, but like, okay, so I know that they didn't go out of their way to like spend a ton on packaging, right? And like, it's an expensive product. It's a very expensive product. Like, let's be honest. So, like, I would much rather this than this,
right. No, I agree
you
with you.
know?
When I make my own folders, I want to do pouches
Yeah.
specifically. Pouches can actually be used to transport other knives. Like when you ship a knife to
Hmm.
you can use pouches are multi-purpose and they can be
Right.
reused over and over. So it's actually a useful thing and it's also cheap. So it's not so much money into packaging. So pouches to me are optimal, really.
Yeah.
Um, Now, for me personally, if I did a pouch, I would actually probably not put my logo on it, because I want it to just be a generic pouch you can use for whatever else. Like, there's no like need to keep it for my knife. It's just a generic pouch you can use to transport your other knives and stuff, or just throw away if you really don't need it. You know?
Yeah.
That's my philosophy behind it. Is like I want it to be disposable, not required to make a resale of the knife, and not take up unnecessarily.
But now, see, conversely, right? Like for me, in creating the brand, just like you, right? Like we have a lot of other guys who are kind of going hardcore on the packaging game, right? And a lot of people talk about how nice that is and how it increases their experience. So you have like that other side of the spectrum, right? And so like Jack Wolf is a crazy example of that. He's the extreme where he's got like the metal tin, he throws in a pog, he does unique artwork for each one, microfiber towel, all of that stuff. But most recently, like a buddy sent me a knife for me to check out with the option to buy, and look at that. Like that's just kind of hot. I'm not gonna lie.
Relative knives, right? They're like budget ends.
Yeah. No, they're not budget, but they're.
Oh, no. Sorry, that's iconic. That's iconic. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. But like, dude, like cutout foam interior, nice padding on top, spare parts.
So, dude, I think the expectations are different for a handmade maker, like making small numbers of knives in a custom shop, versus production. I think the expectations have evolved over time because once a precedent has been set, it's very difficult to change perception. So I think for a production knife, you absolutely have to have nice packaging at this point.
Yes, you do. And that's what I've been explaining. And that's why this is unacceptable to me. Right. This is a mass production knife.
Yeah, ironically, on a more expensive custom, I would accept that more than on a production knife.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is irony, but yeah.
This is Riot made, and he went out and he got this box and he printed that certificate of authenticity. He didn't need to do all that. He could have literally just shipped it in a pouch. But like this for $320 knife, and then this for like a $270 knife, let's say, and this came with a leather slip, M4 steel, freaking camel carbon, like, dude, I mean, ridiculous difference, and like if I tried to ship my knife like this, I would get slayed in the reviews 110%.
That's also there is a reviewer norm. I'm not saying this is a good or bad thing, but once something has become a certain expectation in the reviewer world, it does spread to other reviewers. So
it does.
The expectation of nice packaging is one thing that is in the reviewer world at this point. They don't expect it for customs still, because that precedent is already there, that custom makers can kind of do whatever the fuck they want. But for production knives, absolutely, a reviewer will care about the packaging.
Oh, yeah. I mean, really, think about it.
Unboxing experience itself is a separate video, right? Unboxing the knife. So
exactly.
Since
it's content.
It's content, exactly. It's actually related to the content of the knife.
Right.
So I do think, like, I don't have any plans to do production knife ever. But if I had a friend who was doing one and they asked me, should I care about packaging? Because, Brian, you don't care about packaging. I would tell them, absolutely, you should care about packaging. In fact, do something kind of special or interesting, right? It doesn't have to be expensive, but something unique is cool and attention grabbing. At least it's something that people will spread by word of mouth. That's interesting.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like for me, I tried to go as affordable as possible with my packaging. If you remember when I sent you the knife, right? I have the standard like Kaiser packaging, but it's got the silver foil logo. It's on the inside as well. You know what I mean? So like, this is mass production Kaiser packaging, so it reduced my costs like significantly. So like,
mass produced is actually kind of nice.
Yeah, and in truth, this cost me like pennies. to in my overall cost, like realistically speaking.
Yeah.
So
Especially with
like
that tea and yeah.
yeah, so like actually I was able to get good, nice packaging. I mean, granted, not maybe as dope as this, right? But like nice packaging for next to nothing, you know? So like you can find a middle ground that it's just this. Like, dude, he could have should or he should have just sent the pouch. Like, and yes, exactly. Exactly. 100%. I agree with you for sure.
Now,
Uh
one thing I do want to mention though is
yeah.
when I make my own folders, even custom knives, right?
Yeah.
I do want to be nice is the certificate of authenticity. Because that is something that you need to have with the knife pretty much, unless you have a different method of documentation. And one issue is, because it's a certificate of authenticity, the job of it is to prove that it's, what it is and give you information on the knife. It can't be
Yeah.
and shit like, the one that you showed. It can't be.
Yeah.
So I think one method that's like somewhat cheap would be like lasering. So, for example, like a metal card that you laser on, or a coin is what I was thinking, where like a coin
Yeah.
where one side is my logo, the other side is like some specs and like the number. And so it's like a
Yeah.
coin that's like, pocket jewelry, something nice for a picture, but also the COA.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Thank you, Crispy. Appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you so much. You are amazing. Love you, dude. Really do.
But yeah, I'd spend more on the COA than the entire packaging. Like,
Yeah. Yeah,
like
100%.
it actually matters. I'm like, I need to have that. Like people care, But
Yeah, that's actually something a design that I'm working on currently is like figuring out exactly how I want my COA to be because like you said it matters and then like now also I've got to include stickers, I've got to include all this other stuff, just to like you said, once the standard has been set, you really can't begin to deviate from that.
right, the
Um,
presumption will be that you're just trying to save money for yourself, whether it's true.
right. Well, and the reality is, like, we should as businessmen, right? Like, you don't want to spend like a superfluous amount of money on things when you don't need to, you know? But at the same time, like you said, the unboxing matters. When somebody does a top down review of your product, you want them to be excited, like, oh, I didn't expect this, I didn't expect that. And those
Now,
little surprises add value, you
one
know?
fair point though, if you go overboard and you make your packaging too nice, people will complain about that too. Grimsmo is a
Yeah,
good
because they think it's a waste of money.
correct. Yeah, so Grimsmo,
Yeah.
a lot of people complain about their packaging being excessive and they don't want to pay for all that stuff that it comes with because it comes with like nano oil too, and like I'm like I already have nano oil. I collect knives.
Right.
I got a 50 milliliter bottle. Like I don't need all this other stuff. Just give me the knife, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like enforcement, like that would bug me. I'd be like, I don't want to pay for all this other stuff. I want the knife.
Right.
Comes in a
Right.
very nice case, but I'm like, do I need that? No, I don't. It's a huge
Exactly.
so
Yeah, dude. And just for you guys that have commented, dude, this thing is sick.
I'm surprised.
I
That's a slip joint, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, it's a
surprised
slip
that's serrated edge.
Well, and that's partially why I asked to check it out. And honestly, like I'm kind of sold on it. I'm gonna see if my buddy will let me pay in payments because I've got like my money tied up in the business right now.
For sure.
Uh, but what I like about it is that I don't have a knife that's serrated, and to have a slip joint like a secondary that has a serrated edge, like I'm not going to use this for hard use tasks, but what this is really nice for is like food, like if I need to cut cheese or cut bread or something like that I would normally use a serrated edge for, this has actually come in really handy, you know.
So
So
I'm not actually against. I mean, like, I don't collect serrated knives personally, but like, I'm not against
yeah,
the idea of serrations. But I don't like the combo edge. Like, I like if I get a serration,
mm,
all be serrated. You know, like fully.
yeah,
You know, like the dragonfly. I thought that was bad. I used to have a fully serrated dragonfly, spider code dragonfly.
yeah, yeah,
Like, I mean, that knife is useless pretty much to have serrations because it's so small. But like, I just thought it looked cool. Um, but
yeah,
you know, one thing is like for food, because one thing that's good about serrations, you can cut on a plate without dulling the inside of the edges, right? Like a
yeah.
ceramic when you're cutting food, like steak or whatever. And that's why I want the serrations to also be near the tip and the belly, because that's where you cut the steak with. You know?
Right, right. No, I honestly will, or I'll say honestly, this is my first combo edge knife ever. You know, my kitchen knives that have serrations, like my dinner cutlery, it's the full length. It's not like a combo. You know, um, so it has been interesting navigating between the two, but I don't mind having so far I haven't found a point where it really bothers me. I can use the tip for like piercing and slicing right on like the peak of that belly,
Mm.
but sometimes it does get caught up in the serrations. So I don't know. I'm navigating my way around it, but so far I actually really enjoy this thing, and it's nice to have something different. You
Right.
know.
Um,
Uh,
is he? I'm curious because he says he hates fully serrated edges. Like,
yeah.
what do you hate about fully serrated edges? I'm just curious, like, because I don't use them enough to actually have a fully formed opinion on them. So, I'm curious why you don't like fully serrated edges and why you prefer combo. Like, there must be some reason, right? So,
Yeah.
it's interesting to hear people's perspectives on stuff that I don't use because, like, I just don't think about it because I don't use it.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Totally. And yeah, dude, it's been an eye-opening experience, you know, using it, and it's also nice for me because like if I go out to a restaurant and I pull this thing out, you know, like that's much more intimidating with like a 3.8-inch blade and you know, this freaking tactical like profile,
That
you
is
know.
That's such a funny topic because one thing I've realized over time is that there's
Yeah,
actually a middle ground or a middle area where knives are threatening. So, okay, so here's the thing. So, people like in the Midwest who are like used to knives, they don't care at
yeah,
all about a lot of knife, right? People
yeah,
who are somewhat like more like, like downtown and stuff where like people actually stab each other and stuff, like there's gangs and stuff, they're scared of
yeah,
knives, right?
yeah,
But there's actually another category where I live. Because where I live, people are so unaware of violence and knives and anything like that that they don't
yeah,
even register that you pulled out a knife. They're like, "What is that?" And they just don't even think about it. Like
yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah.
so unused to anything like that. Like a gun, everyone knows a gun, so they'd be scared. But
Right.
our knives don't look like normal knives sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, 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 yeah.
a Kaimano, they just be like, "What the fuck is that?" But they wouldn't think about it more than that. Like because like
Yeah.
they don't know knives to that extent. Like there's a level of like ignorance is bliss. You know,
Yeah.
like
I
you
know exactly what you're talking
know
about.
knives a little bit up to the point where you know they're dangerous, but you don't know that they're also tools, right? You have
Yeah.
to, so it's like slightly above ignorance, but not fully educated, right? Those are the people
Yeah.
who are scared of knives. But the
Right.
people who know it
Right.
at all, they just don't even think about it, man. It's crazy. Like I pull out my
Yeah,
knife,
they
I pull out my knife like randomly in a restaurant or something. No one looks at me like even like Los Angeles. Like no one knows what knives are. Like
Yeah, yeah. Especially when you get into like the more sort of elite enclaves or, you know, like South LA, you know, kind of locations. Uh, yeah, like in places like that, if I pull out like my Grazioso, like nobody bats an eye, you know? Like, but here where I live now, it's one of those places where you can see people like carrying a fixed blade on their hip some days, you know? And so like
never.
people also Yeah, people don't bat an eye about that necessarily out here either, like they see very much knives as tools. We have a lot of farm workers, so like people will have their knives on them, so it's like, no
Yeah,
big deal.
you ever hear reviewers talk about like, I mean, so the reason I don't like my knife sticking out of my pocket so much is just because I just don't want it to. Like, I like it. I don't want it to be like a big part of what I look like, right? But a lot
Yeah.
of people say like you don't want your knife sticking out because you don't want to scare people. But where I live, because people are so they don't know anything about knives, they wouldn't know it's a knife, even if like this much was sticking out in my pocket. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
they wouldn't even think about what it could be. They just ignore it and move on with their day, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Into knives, I wouldn't know that it's a knife just by looking at the butt. Like you have to kind of know knives to be able to recognize that, right?
Dude, and it's just so funny. Like I understand it from like I had this conversation with Stevie,
Yeah.
right? Where like, okay, he's in an office space. He wants that deep carry because he wants to be discreet. He doesn't want to be kind of like, getting called out for carrying a knife in the workplace, right? Or maybe he didn't say he didn't want to get called out, but he wants to be low key. I don't want to misrepresent what he was saying, but he wants to be discreet about his carry. For me, I don't tend to work in a workplace, or like an office space like that. I work from home, but I do go into offices sometimes for like some of the work that I do. For me, I don't mind if I have like that much sticking up. Nobody's going to notice that from me, like,
You
and
see
I've
it.
never seen,
Yeah.
yeah, I've never seen somebody like staring at people's pockets before, right? But
No
I'm also a
screen.
big advocate. Yeah, like on a tactical knife or like a knife that's designed to be tactical, there is a purpose to it sticking out, like you want to be able to grab it, especially on anything with like a wave feature, like you want to get it to engage and open the knife. But I'm
So
also not carrying this in an office. So,
ask you a question about that. So
yes.
people say that tactical knives have that butt part hanging out, so you can pull it out easier, right?
Yes.
Now, one thing that I've found is that depending on the design of your clip, it can actually be easier to pull out a deep carry knife if the clip bulges out slightly, so it's a larger width you're grabbing on, right? So it's like the difference. It's like the difference between like you have your pocket and more sticking out, or it's in your pocket but it's thicker out, so you're still grabbing plenty of meat when you're grabbing it. And like
So
have the pocket clip itself be like knurled, where you would put your fingers for grip. Like I could see ways to make that tactical too with deep carry.
I have like mixed opinions, right? Because like one of the things I'm especially sensitive to is pocket clip height. So like when I design my pocket clips, I don't know what it is in freedom units, but I don't tend to exceed 4.5 millimeters of height,
Mhm.
which is fairly short. But it's what I found that like when you have it
Yeah.
be like that low to the handle, doesn't matter what your pocket clip design is, generally speaking, you won't feel it in your hands,
Mhm.
like it'll find a place where it is comfortable. Even if you look at this like Isham, very, very similar, very low. And this is a fairly deep carry, like design. By the way, I was able to pick up one of these recently.
That is cool. Let's take
Yeah.
that as an example. Let's say the pocket clip was wider and on the
Yeah.
top of it had grip, like texture for grip. Would that be sufficient for like a tactical purpose to be able to pull it out quickly and easily?
I would want the texturing to go down at least enough for me to get one full finger on it like this, right? Now, this is also what I'm gonna, or what I was getting at with the size of the pocket clip. Um, so, on my latest design with Kubi that they released, this is the pocket clip that they put on there,
Right.
and
I
it's
remember
quite
talking-
tall. Yeah, it's like 6 millimeters tall or more, even. Actually, I can tell you right now. Let me get my calipers. Yeah, it's actually, I was being a little excessive. It's 5.9 millimeters. um, to me, that's too tall, and that is it goes to that theory that you're talking about, that you can grab this, and I'm not putting pressure on the point that clips it, right? But this is too tall for me. And so
Oh.
when I handle this, I feel that pocket clip pushing back against my hand,
So
you
here's
know?
theoretical pocket clip design, obviously greatly exaggerated. This being the
Yeah.
pocket and being the ramp, and then this being a groove where your finger can go, super exaggerated, and you could have
Yeah.
in there as well. I feel like that could be just as good for grabbing while keeping the same space in between the clip. But obviously, the one
Yeah.
downside, I mean, this is exaggerated. The one thing that you have to figure out is a way to screw in here and have enough material, right? For
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
anyway,
And so
think about this kind of stuff and just like theorize like ways that things could be different, you know?
yeah, no, 100%. I mean, like, if as long as in that section you could get it to behave like the spring bar of a frame lock, then you can achieve that, right? Because like most pocket clips have to be, especially like this, right? If you remember my first one, I did it too thick. And I don't know if I sent you my first one. I think I did.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it was too thick. I think I did like 2 millimeters or something like that. And it actually needs to be like 1 millimeter thick in order to get that
Mhm.
spring, you
Yeah,
know? So if you could get that section down to about 1 millimeter thick and still have the springiness because of that concavity,
that,
I think you would be able to do it.
that could be cool.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
a cool person. I just like to think about random stuff sometimes. Sometimes I'm just like brainstorming, like, would this be cool? Like, I don't know.
hmm
Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah, dude. I'll tell you what though. What's really did I put it back in the pouch? Where I've been thinking about going for my latest knife design, which I'll show you here in a second, is going down this style of route.
Let me see. Oh yeah, I like those clips.
Yeah, I love these,
Yeah, those.
because you
Um,
get the benefit of like this kind of ramp approach,
mhm.
but it's 3D milled, which is really nice,
And also a little bit lower on this upward slope at the end where your pocket, you like where you're sliding your pocket into. It's less like this and more like this.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Just as
Good night,
effective.
Papa Rhino.
Yeah, just as
It,
effective.
it's it's very effective, and that curvature right there, like, actually works with, see that like little hump in my hand, like
Mhm.
it cradles those curvatures like perfectly,
They look good too.
yeah,
It
yeah,
just
there's
I think that's a big weakness in current knife design is pocket clip design. People really it's an
yes,
afterthought for most people. I think it's an area that a lot of knives in the production world can improve on. And for
yes,
example, someone who does very interesting pocket clips is Shirogorov. Like their pocket clips are
yes,
there's so much
dude.
and chamfers and different angles. Like that's very visually interesting.
It's not only visually interesting. What I realized is, um hold on, let me go grab my Shiro.
Which Shiro you got?
Oh, you're gonna like it. This one stays in the safe. It is literally a safe queen. What up, Southpaw Knives? How you doing? What up, Drinkwater? I didn't say hello to you, but hi, welcome. So these guys who are in the chat have seen this thing enough, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
the F3 Aquatic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those briefly. Those are super. That's my favorite clip actually of the Shiro clips.
Yeah, dude. Love this knife. Love everything about it. But what's so fascinating is if I don't know if that's going to show up.
I know it doesn't. It's not showing, but I know it's on the side. The
Yeah,
where.
it's like a waterfall where like only this side makes contact
Yes.
and all of this here is actually open.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting and the ramp profile is just really soft.
Yeah, that clip is so good.
Yeah, like I don't know if you guys who are watching this can really like see or appreciate that, but it's dude, it is without question one of the nicest clips in the game, hands down, you know? So, like
Level of contour is so comfortable in hand. Like it's just, yeah.
dude, that's why like I this isn't the only Shiro I want to own. I want to get another one as like a user, you know? But they think about these things. And like they leave no detail like it's not just an aesthetic. It's a functional decision.
Shiros are also fascinating because there's some things that they do so incredibly well, and some
Yeah.
things that are not as completely thought out. Like an
Yeah.
example is on many Shiros, you'll notice that so on your typical knife, you have a stop pin, right?
Yeah.
And so obviously the knife in the open position is resting on the stop pin, right?
Yeah.
Well, when it's closed, it's usually somewhere like behind the heel of the edge, for example.
Yeah.
The thing about a Shiro is that in certain positions, where the lock interface is, like on a frame lock, where the tang meets the lock bar, that is the
Yeah.
same location that it hits the stop bar, a stop pin as a stop.
Yeah.
Why Shiros sometimes have that shelf that prevents it from going all the way? Because if it went 100% lockup, unlike your average knife where it would just have a lot of vertical play, a Shiro will actually seize up because it's hitting that sudden flat part right here, that where the stop pin is interfacing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's not the most well thought out thing.
Yeah.
I love Shiros. I love Shiros, and I think he does like Shirogorov does amazing work. But like that's one thing I was
Yeah.
like, but why? But
Dude, what up, Ghost Malone?
no one's perfect. No one's perfect.
No, and that's the beauty is like everybody has something that you can learn from, what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and then you can take that next step forward if you observe those things,
Yeah, you just take the good and go, no, I'm good with the bad.
Yeah, exactly.
all the beautiful milling, internal chamfers, curvature, cool
Yeah.
clips. I'm like, love it all. The finishes. And then the plunge line being like literally like microscopically close to the heel, so it's like super hard to sharpen. We can do away with that.
Yeah. Dude, speaking of, this is my newest design that I'm gonna start mocking up pretty soon. But let me
sweet.
Let me turn down the brightness on this light.
What are you calling it?
Right now, I don't have like a for sure name, but the winner thus far has been the Exploration.
That is very cool. Is that an overlay?
This is a full inlay with a titanium surround, and then with like a inlay shield pivot.
Very cool. I like that pivot shape, and I see you matched on the other side as a collar. That's cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is that front flipper, or is that just like
no, this is old school tactical knife
style.
Yeah.
I think it's very similar to like a ZTO 640 in that style.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's cool.
Exactly.
pocket clip, I see you implemented what you were talking about before.
Yeah.
This slight scoop 3D clip. That's cool. Let me see.
Full contoured scales.
I like that show side has no screws, and then on the back side you have the cutout for the screw. I
Yep.
like that style. It's like cool to me. Like where you have the little shelf for the screw.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool. I like the swedge. You know what? Not saying, and you know, like God, I hate that you can't like make comparisons without people yelling copy. It's so annoying.
Of course, yeah.
Like this sort of reminds me in some ways as like a better fuck, who's that knife maker? I don't know his name. I think the knife model is called like the Tasca. Have you heard of it?
Yes, the R&H. R&H was a bit of a inspiration for like doing this full length inlay.
But like, yeah, the only similarity I'm talking about is like the style of the silhouette, not any of the inside stuff, because he obviously doesn't.
Yeah.
But like in terms of like the flow of the silhouette, it feels very cool. Is that a 1-to-1 size ratio?
Yes, it is. So this is a big boy. This is like somewhere between a 3.75, 3.8 inch blade length.
Yeah, that is
with
very
thumb disc.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that I didn't like about the Tasca is that the hole is very hard to use. But obviously, a thumb disc makes more sense with that design. It'd be very easy to like access it.
Dude, what's really funny is so Steve Clare, who's in the chat here, he's the one who actually let me check out both of his. He has two Tascas. He has the sort of modified American, or not American, modified Tonto. It looks like a drop point, but it actually has a flat that suddenly curves up, kind of like blade shape. He has that one, and then he recently got the Warncliffe version, or like modified Warncliffe, because it has a slight curve to it, right? I know what you're talking about with the hole on the kind of like drop pointish version was a little bit difficult to access. I mean, I do have kind of like fat fingers, so that it can be an issue for me with a lot of knives. The Warncliffe one, amazingly easy.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not sure what he changed. Maybe it was because the drop pointish one was the DLC coated blade.
Yeah.
And maybe I just couldn't get a grip on it, whereas the Warncliffe was an uncoated blade. So for whatever reason, the Warncliffe I could not fail actually like reverse flicking it open. It was surprisingly nice, you know. But dude, his prices are stupid cheap for the quality of those knives.
I don't know the price at all.
Like $650.
Are they all or like CNC or?
Yeah, they're CNC, but like $650, and then of course if you go extreme with like Timascus and Damascus, like the price will increase. But even for like a base model of that, like, dude, that knife weighs nothing. The heat treat on those blades is like fucking perfect.
Like, is he U.S. based or another country or?
Either Ukraine or Czechoslovakia.
It makes sense.
There.
Yeah.
Steve, if you're in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, it makes sense in terms of like how you can afford the price though, because the living costs are less. Like same reason why South African makers or they're just cheaper.
Yeah.
French makers are a little bit more expensive because it's a little more expensive to live there. And
yeah.
So for your knife, who have you decided on an OEM already?
No, not yet, actually. And I'm trying to decide on a few things. Like, I mean, I have no doubt, for example, like Kaiser could do it. But the question is, like, I'm kind of leaning between 3.5 and 4 millimeters for the blade stock thickness. I personally don't mind 4. But
I see.
But here's the thing, but then that will affect the geometry pretty significantly. Like half a millimeter changes the primary bevel like so much, you
Is it a
know. Say what?
is it a flat grind?
Yes, it is a flat grind.
Or,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Okay,
see.
yeah. So RNH is Czech Republic.
Mhm.
So like the ZT 0640 is shit. Where is mine? I just put it away. But it's I think it's 4 millimeters. And I don't mind that actually. Like I tend to like a beefier thickness, but I know from like doing the kaimano, which is in 3.5, 3.5 slices really nicely, you know.
Mhm.
Um, Now the reason I wouldn't do Kaiser is because of the types of steel available to me as an option.
Right,
You
right.
know,
Talked about what the options were. There was like 3B and like S35BN and
yeah, yeah,
154 CM, right?
yeah. So like if they could expand their options, you know, like I wouldn't mind. I don't know, like with 4 millimeter or thicker blade stock, it doesn't make sense to use MagnaCut. You're just using it for the brand name at that point, honestly. Um, but it would sell. 20 CV would be nice if they have it, you know. But again, you know, we've talked about this. Like a lot of people don't heat treat 20 CV or M390 properly, so it's kind of like, what's the point on some level?
Pretty good option if they did LMAX. That sounds pretty good.
LMAX would be ideal because it's the tougher version of M390, and I like a little bit of toughness in my blades.
And usually
So
Max is like not as much of a concern heat treat wise.
there you go, right? So
Yeah,
like
I don't know if Kaiser does LMAX. So.
they don't, to my knowledge, right?
Other
So
companies do. Like other,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, so that puts me in the realm of, let's say, like Riot or maybe Best Tech,
Mhm.
you know? So that's where I'm like, yeah, I may need to go with a different OEM for this in order to get the steel, like a good steel that I'd want, you know? Uh, what up, Oreo Dave? Have a good night. Sleep well, my dude. But yeah, man. Oh, and later, Psycho, you have a good night.
So I guess on the bright side, this would be your second run. So like if the Kaimano and
Yeah.
everything goes well, then that sort of helps you fund the next one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because obviously Bestech and Riot are more expensive OEMs. Now, granted, you can also charge more money for the knife, but
Right.
like
Right.
initial cost is higher because
Yeah. Yeah. And with this knife, I'm one of the things I've been debating doing kind of going forward is doing like a budget and a premium version of my knives. But I don't know that I can necessarily do pre-orders for budget knives. I've seen that work with like crispy donut community, but I haven't seen a lot of people be like, oh, okay, you want, let's say, S35 and a liner lock, you know, pre-order it. You know,
usually
like
nowadays.
yeah, yeah. And like I would love to offer because I think that there's a lot of opportunity to offer oh, what up, Todd Car? There's a lot of opportunity to offer like budget options for people because money is tight for people nowadays. Not everybody can drop like, you know, $300 plus for a knife, you know. But again, is it viable to pre-order like a budget knife? Like realistically speaking, you know.
Yeah, it would depend. I think. Well, no, I think it'd be hard in general, but also depend on people who buy budget knives are more like I need it to be a very accurate time frame.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They don't want to wait 8 months for the process, you know? Like, even though like I've tried to speed up my process as much as possible, for example, Kaiser didn't get a new shipment of fat carbon to like fulfill my order until the end of October, start of November,
Mm.
right? So they couldn't even really start get going seriously into production until after they got and processed that shipment, you know. So, it's
To be honest, I don't think budget and premium versions of the same knife are usually that successful.
mm-hmm.
I think that different sizes are successful.
Which is what I've been also thinking about for this particular one because, like, dude, I know I have stupid big hands. I wear a double XL nitrile glove, right? Most people in the community have medium to large hands, you know? So this would be like a giant knife to them, kind of like the 0640. The 0640 is a big knife for a lot of people, you know? So I've been thinking about doing a large and a small, maybe even starting with the smaller version first. But again, we'll have to see, like
It's just
it,
easier to sell smaller knives.
it is, it really is,
Especially like right, that's the climate as well.
yeah, 100%.
Brian, Craig Brown with the FSD.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine handled the mini FSD because like the normal FSD is humongous.
Yeah.
So she handles the mini FSD and she goes, "Man, I'd really like this in a small." And someone goes, "That is the small." It's still a pretty big knife, like even the mini.
Yeah.
Realistically, like mini should mean like 3.2 nowadays.
Yeah. Well, and that's what like
Vero does all sizes of his knives, right?
Dude, his sizing's all over the damn place, though. I got to be honest. Like, it's kind of hard. You have to look at every single one, and like for me, like I'll give you an example. Synapse XL. Okay, this is it in my hand. Like, that's a like a standard full size knife for me. You know, any smaller. And with this curvature, my fingers won't fit.
Because you have that underneath the pivot.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I could do that, but even still, like,
and no one likes doing. Let's be honest, no one likes actually doing that. People always say you can choke up on the flat part, but no one actually does it. It's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Like the only knife that I'm willing to like choke up on, generally, is a para 3.
Right. Something
that's
like
about it.
Oz Roosevelt, where it's like distinct, like
yeah. So or the Protect Strider PT Plus, like, yeah, I'll choke up on that all day, but it's also a fucking small ass knife, like realistically speaking, I love this thing, by the way. The geometry that it's ground is stupid. It's like a 25-degree bevel from the factory. Mm-hmm. So on this guy, because I'm silly, I got 2. I actually laid the edge back to like 20 degrees. It slices so much better. Like, I don't understand why a knife this small and especially in Magna Cut, needs to have a 25-degree bevel. Like, it's honestly, not a big knife. Like,
I wish you could like request an edge angle from the factory.
Dude, especially with Magna Cut, I would have just told them, like, dude, give me a 17-degree, per side,
You could do that too.
Like, yeah, man.
And then it would also, the funny thing about that, well, I guess the reason they won't do it is because it would force them to grind it thinner because you would have a huge bevel.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is the reason why, because like companies know that people don't like a large bevel, but instead of thinner, they just do a more obtuse angle.
Mm-hmm. That's basically what they did, What up, Kyle? How you doing, brother? Me and Kyle had a great conversation the other day. So I'm glad he was able to pop into the chat tonight.
About sharpening or? just in general?
About everything. About everything. Kyle's a really dope, well-informed dude, and gave me some great business advice as well. So,
Speaking of good business advice, have you ever spoken to Ben Balkan of Jack Wolf Knives?
no, actually, I need to follow up with him because after I did my review of his gunslinger, he reached out and we just were never able to touch base with one another. And I really I dig this thing. My only critique is that this edge of the fat carbon is sharp, you know? Like
we talked
it,
about that before. That with a lot of bolster locks, that corner being sharper.
yeah, yeah, which is why I laid mine back at an angle, right? But that I told him I was like, if you can just talk with the factory, and I said that in my review, if you can just get them to file down that edge, just a little bit, because it's the whole edge, the tip and that portion that comes out when the bolster lock is engaged, it's a little scratchy, you know, and but I really love this knife. This is like my Sunday knife. I'll take this out when I'm going to brunch and I pull this thing out to, let's say, cut my fucking eggs Benedict. Nobody bats an eye,
I got to handle that one last weekend actually. Yes.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Yeah. First folder, not first folder, first locking folder, I should say.
Yeah. So who do you think the OEM is based on? Because that's the whole gossip in the community is
I know it's
yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't really care though. I don't think any of the normal big names.
It's so funny.
Riot or whatever like that. I don't think it's any of them.
You know what's funny is originally a few of us started thinking that it was Tucson because Tucson started doing anodization for some of their products that actually matches the ano on this pretty perfectly. But then I was like, you know what? Everybody does ano kind of if you know how to do ano well, it'll end up like this in general,
I don't Tucson because the Tucson doesn't know how to do low grit grinds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Polished, rainbowy, fingerprinty satin.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Really so it'll change overnight.
So with this, I'm starting to think actually I've gone back to thinking that it's probably Riot because I've been staring at the hardware and stuff like that. And what's interesting about Jack Wolf is he said, I don't really want people to focus on who the OEM is. I want them to focus on the quality of the knife. And I'm like, okay, I get that,
People are just curious.
Oh yeah. It's have you seen any of the unknown EDC stuff?
Is that the name of the maker?
Yeah. So unknown EDC is this newish EDC brand that does these drops where they put out hints and you have to figure out the password to their site to even have access to the drop.
What?
Yeah. So it sends people
do this.
Well, they just came out not too long ago. They've only had 2 drops, and their third one is coming out soon. But dude, I mean, I'll say so far their 2 drops have been patches. The quality of the patches has been some of the best I've seen so far.
Oh, he doesn't do knives. Okay.
No. But I will say I have been approached by them by Unknown to potentially do a knife design with them. So and the concept is real the concept for the knife is really crazy. I really want to do it actually. Here, I'll type it in the private chat.
Okay. That's very wild. Like a big
Isn't
one?
that? No. Like think about like hand
Oh,
side. Wouldn't that be sick?
very niche, but it would be cool.
Dude, just the novelty factor alone would be dope. You know? Yeah, man.
By the way, so we were talking about business advice. Ben Balkan,
Yes.
he's like a consummate professional, like very like professional person.
Mm.
Like wow, couldn't be me.
Yeah.
But something to aspire to in terms of like maturity and things like that. We talked quite a
Yeah.
bit on the show. I mean, man, there are definitely cases where like even if I don't think I'm wrong, I could be nicer to people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like even if like because like it's not all about being right or wrong. There is an element of like
Right.
free and giving other people like let's say someone's wrong, right? Like giving them a chance to stand back up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes people just double down and there's nothing you can do. But like there are ways you can go about things to like give people a sort of chance to like rectify and stuff like that.
100%. 100%.
You know,
No, and
sorry.
the thing is with like small communities like this, you're always going to find people who are very intensely vocal while being so incredibly wrong. And it's really difficult is because like a lot of us in the community are fairly introverted, you know, and like we don't have tolerance for bullshit and like inefficiency and incorrectness, you know. So like the inclination is to be like, well, you're a piece of shit, I don't want to deal with you. You
Yeah,
know.
it's funny because you really got to think like, for me, for example, but I'm far from the minority. Actually, I'm actually probably the majority in this sense. As night
Yeah,
makers, we don't have coworkers. We don't have people that we have to deal with interpersonal relationships and be patient with. Right.
exactly.
And so since we're like we don't have that like oh you're gonna go to HR if you're mean like a lot of them are just very terse and short and succinct in their
Yep.
response, and they're very short with people, which I try not to be, but like it's hard sometimes because you don't have someone telling you, hey, you realize you're being a little testy today,
Yeah. 100% get that.
here, and people who have wives maybe a little bit, but most people's wives are not very like most knife makers' wives are not very involved in the business. There are exceptions, of course,
Sure.
but like, and I got to be honest, in a lot of cases where knife makers' wives are involved in the business, oh my god, they have been even shorter views.
Yeah, that's true. Like, dude, Susie, Bob Trerzola's wife, she can be a bulldog when she wants to be, man. She's
That's
a
one good
sweetheart.
Another good
Total
example.
sweetheart.
What's her name? Shark Knife Co.
Yeah.
Yeah, his wife is also very like short with people. Like,
Oh yeah.
so, so it's funny how that can be. Like, sometimes because a wife is different from a coworker.
Yes.
Coworker, you gotta be patient with, whatnot. The wife does not need to be patient with the husband. The wife says, "What
Yeah.
are you doing? Like, tell this person off, whatever, right?" Like,
Yeah, man. No, it's so funny, right? Because I had a rough experience with Susie like back in the day. I was like, I sketched up a knife and I was like, oh, I did my own twist, but it was like inspired by Trezola. This was like 2 years ago or something like that, right? And whatchamacallit, that was right at the time where Gareth Bull copied Bob Trezola and released it on Drop. He released the Bob Trezola like copy and told Drop that this was legit, approved by Bob, all of this stuff. And Bob got like flooded all of these messages like, yo, have you seen this? The Mura is like a straight up ATCF copy, blah, 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 blah. And that's actually why Drop stopped doing knives. Like they got rid of like their entire market. Yeah, because freaking
right, as like Kaviso or something now.
Kaviso, to my understanding, is a former employee of Trump who like split off and decided to do that business on their own, you know? But yeah, like, so it was right at that time. I didn't know any of that stuff was going on. And I sent this knife that basically looked like I was trying to copy Trezola to him. And I was like, oh, what do you think? And like Susie got on the DMs and was just like, you need to shut this shit down. We're not dealing with any copies. And I was like, whoa, Susie.
Like it's so unnecessary because like you sent it to them, like
right, right.
looking for like blessing and like it's different.
Yeah. But like, I don't blame her though, you know, because they were dealing with a shitstorm at that moment where like this large company was essentially selling something, and in the description said like Gareth Bull got Bob Trezola's blessing, like it literally said that. So like,
I actually think the Miura does look different though, personally.
I'm trying to remember. Was it the Miura? I want to make sure I'm referencing the right name.
Nah, you cover the Miura because I do see some elements of like Igor Rock in there.
Yeah. It was. Let me see. I'm scrolling because he hasn't posted a picture of the exact model in a little while. Yeah, it is a Miura. It is the Miura. For sure. Like, I mean, there are minor differences. Like, he upkicked the flat section, he put 2 finger choils, he rounded the back, you know. But like, if I hold this up and you look at the lines, like they're not that dissimilar. You know, if you just look at the silhouettes, you know.
Yeah.
So it's but yeah, dude, like when that happened, I think they even like filed a cease and desist, you know. So like Susie was on the warpath. Oh, dude, we have another set of guests to join us tonight. I kind of planned this, you guys. So welcome our friends from Pirate Tech.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
What's going on? Now, everybody in the chat, wish Kay a happy birthday, please. Happy birthday, Kay.
Thank you. It's still 21st in US, right?
Yes, it is. At least for another hour and a half.
Yeah, my birthday. So for me, that was yesterday. Yesterday was my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
22nd.
Still, happy birthday. Actually, to be honest, that's the whole reason I invited you. You guys can leave now. I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you all for the birthday wishes.
Yeah, thank you.
100%, man. So I heard you guys sold out your first run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Safe that has the magnetic scales.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we also have it here. And I've got the number 97 and he's got the number 93 because that's the year that we born.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is the Kraken.
I thought that was
Very
cool. I did like that idea.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Dude, very proud of you guys for selling them out. That's incredible.
Yeah, it took us around like 1.5 months.
Yeah.
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. 1.5 months. Month and a half. That's actually very quick, man. I'm impressed.
Maybe our mic didn't work well.
Well, do you have another model planned already, or something already in the works?
Yeah, actually we are doing like planning on the rerun or the second run. So also planning on a little fixie. So
Nice.
yeah,
Mhm.
just wanna make a fancy steak knife.
Just make a
Yeah.
stick knife.
Steak knife is
Very
nice.
cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Thank
No, I'm
you.
really, really happy for you guys. Like, that's incredible. Really incredible.
You know, one thing that I thought of when you guys put those magnetic scales together, I was like, that seems like it'd be cool to have like you could have like a frame lock and then like a tool that's like magnetically inserted into the scales for disassembling the knife. That could be cool. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. You know who does something like that, actually? Do. These guys. God, I can't. Dauntless Manufacturing. Like
Mhm.
this thing.
What is
It's
that?
so
They have their little
Uh,
Torx bit held in place in the back
is it a magnet?
with a magnet. Yeah.
Yeah, I see something like that would be cool.
Yeah, this thing's crazy. This is my box opener, my like karambit style freaking crazy box opener.
You could do is that a Torx bit or a hex bit?
It is Torx.
So you could have a Torx bit that's not necessarily an exact L, but like
Yeah.
something that's in the shape of where the backspacer would be, and then the backspacer could have magnets.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
very cool.
Yeah, if you guys did that, that'd be pretty cool. I think. I don't know. I was just thinking on the vein of like a magnetic scale. That kind of sounds like something that.
Yeah. Actually, some people ask about like insert some small tool under the scales so you can you can carry the knife like a toolbox or something like that.
a toolbox.
That's funny, man. Dude, I mean, you guys have opened up like a whole new perspective for a lot of people. Like, they didn't think that magnets could be used other than like the locking mechanism, so far, right? So,
Yeah.
like, to be able to do like personalization, quick swapping of the design using magnets was like pretty ingenious, I have to say,
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think Damon has this idea, and I think it's pretty genius. And especially right now, everyone just living such a rush life. So swapping the scalps easily would just change everyone's life.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I think that that's going to be one of the new takes. I mean, we're seeing it with the Flightanium arcade. They did this whole like personalization, customization like thing, and I think you guys can take that to like a completely different level, because like yours isn't just like a small little inlay, it's the whole scale, so you can change the whole character like very quickly.
Yeah, that was the goal of this design. It's like just make more personalizations. So people who have totally different knife, each different people. So yeah.
It's an axis, or like not axis lock, but like bar, like
crossbar lock. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, you could actually change out the springs right after you just removing the scale. You could.
Yeah.
How about we show you?
Yeah, a lot of knives disassemble the whole thing to change out the springs, and it's like kind of a pain.
Yeah, so this is the show side. So you can just easily like take out the scales from the top. Take it out, and this is the inside. Like there's a spring.
Springs if you want. Yeah.
So you can just take out the springs. I can't do it. I have sharp nails.
Yeah, don't damage your nails.
We design the spring, so the shape of the spring and the length of it is like just for it easy to pop up, just like that.
Nice.
And then if you want to put it back, just like putting the end of the spring to the hole. Oh, sorry, I can't show you guys right this angle. Wait a second.
Oh, but there's the little portion that sticks down, and you can insert it in.
Yeah, you put it that way, and then just swing the spring back on just like that.
Perfect.
So it's quite easy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So easy. So
Yeah.
easy.
But for
Like-
another side, yeah.
Complain about springs breaking. It's like, man, if it was that easy, I don't think people complain. Like,
Yeah. No, if you think about it, right? Like Benchmade, who started the whole crossbar lock thing, to change out a spring, you have to completely disassemble like the whole damn
Yeah.
knife, and
Yeah.
it sucks. Like it's so frustrating, and their springs are so mushy. Like,
Yeah. and the pattern is like 20 or 30 years ago, but they still have never improved it. So it's kind of like bad taste in my mouth. So I just want to, come up with something new and to, improve that thing.
yeah, but you still want an Osborne really bad, don't you?
Yeah.
By the way, Kay, I actually talked to Kaiser about sending you one of these, and they said they didn't have a way to send you one in the country. So I'm gonna get you one, and I'm gonna hold it until next time I see you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
that's the birthday present.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much, Jeremy.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you
So
much.
maybe Atlanta next year I'll have it for you.
We are also praying for it because you know that they tell us that we are on the wait list, but
Me too.
I'm just not sure when we will get to confirm. Sorry?
Sorry
Yeah.
for
Yeah, for Blade Show.
Oh,
Yeah, Rachel, yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah, like it's so like annoying, right? Because like they have the big room, they have the small room. In the big room, they have all of these like stupid vendors that are selling like junk knives, and it's like, dude, kick out some of those guys and let more knife makers like come in. Like our money is green too.
They have one return, right? So they can just come back every year if they want to. They reserve.
Yeah, as long they have first priority, so it's like
They always have, so that's why we have to be on the wait list and until they further notify us if there's any table available.
yeah, it's so stupid because those guys don't add anything to the knife show like at all.
I also think dealers shouldn't be allowed at the show because it's like, well, it depends. Like, there's some exceptions, but like a lot of dealers just have like a bunch of junk and it's like the same stuff over and over.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
The exception would be like African custom knives. Like that's different,
Mhm.
Yeah.
because they have all this cool stuff. But that's not
Yeah,
even
yeah.
a dealer in the traditional sense. Like,
Dude, I would even take a table in the hallway at this point, Like it's high traffic, you're there, like people will see you while they're waiting in line. Like I'm okay even not being in one of the rooms. Give me a place in the hallway. Like, seriously.
What did Brian said? Y'all just point out the table and I will clear it for pirate tech.
There you go.
On that table.
Brian, clear out 2 tables. You can put us next to one another. How about that?
yeah, I was actually surprised because when I went to, I only exhibited one time. That was like 2 years ago, or was it one or 2 years ago? I don't know. But when it was really easy to get a table for me. Like, but things have changed. There's a lot more people now who are trying to get tables, so it's like
Yeah.
Because I had to get a big room table. But I went to the small room because I was like, I'm small and I don't want to be in the big room. But nowadays it's different. Like I just like hear like it's like tougher and like obviously for people who have right of return, it's so easy because you know you're just guaranteed. But being a newer maker and trying to get a show spot is harder now.
It is. It's incredibly difficult, and like I keep emailing them, and they're like, "We get it, you know, like you just gotta wait." And I'm like, No, you don't understand. I really want this table, bro.
So when because like there should be some sort of deadline by which you need to exercise your right of return, right?
There should be. I don't know if there is.
Okay, there definitely should be because it is.
They don't even tell us what the deadline is.
Yeah.
I believe when I went to Blade Show, they did give me a date by when I would need to exercise it.
Okay.
So, it doesn't make sense otherwise. Like you're not going to wait forever, and then then when the show happens, just have an empty table if someone doesn't return, right? Like,
right. Exactly.
So, I would ask.
And I know for me, like part of the reason I want to be there is like I want to enter my knives, like the Kaimano and then the new one that I was showing you. Like I want to enter those knives in for Tactical Knife of the Year, you know, or for like the competitions, you know. So like it's like I'm going to be somebody who interacts more with the show than like one of those tables just selling junk, you know, like stuff, you know. So like
I have nothing against certain other EDC stuff, but I'm like, it's Blade Show. I don't need Nux.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right.
And it's not against Nux. It's just not Nux Show.
Yeah.
I think personally that if you're gonna have a table at Blade Show, there should be a requirement that you have knives.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, there was somebody this last year, and again, you know me, I'm into pew-pews and all of that stuff, right? There was people that were selling like grips made out of G10 for, you know, pew-pews, you know, like water guns, you know? And like, I'm kind of like, guys, like this has nothing to do with a knife show, you know? If you want to display, there's SHOT Show.
Yeah.
If you want to real like just G10 for knife making, that's fine, but like literal like just G10 products of like other stuff that's not related to knives makes no sense to me.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
it also it does a disservice to the people around you because like when I exhibit, I believe I was next to someone who does Nux, and like it hurts your traffic because people aren't there for Nux.
Right.
So like you want to be next to other people who are selling stuff that other people want. That brings them to incidentally, maybe they weren't there for you, but then they see, oh, those knives look cool too, and they walk over and you get traffic too.
Exactly.
Everyone is helping each other kind of thing. But when someone's the odd one out, it's like,
yeah. The only other place I don't want to be is anywhere near the Balisong, like Squid Industries, like any of those guys, because their entire aisles are filled with the kids just doing, you know.
I saw them before I went to Atlanta this year. So those kids, they are just standing like around, and then they just keep playing the Bali songs, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. And some of them, they drop them or accidentally throw them. It's like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah.
You know?
the back of the small room is where that is.
Yeah. But dude, Edgy Blade Works was like in the next row. Edgy Blade Works is a custom maker, right? He was in like the next row from them, and their whole area was like overflowing into where he was, and it was like limiting his traffic. And it's like, you've got these kids just it's like, bro.
Like blocking the way, yeah.
They're like playing the
I really do think they need to have like an area just for like the Valley kids to play in.
Yes. Yeah, really.
I think they should
Like-
they should get a place just for those kids
Mhm.
instead of in the middle of the road.
Yeah, just for those kids and trainers only. No,
Yeah.
like actual bladed, like sharpened edges for any of them. Because, like, dude, what if somebody walks by with their kid and the knife flies out of their hand? Like, that's a major lawsuit waiting to happen. Like,
It's gonna happen one of these years. I already know it. It's gonna happen.
yeah, 100%. Dude, I'm surprised it hasn't happened.
Valley's not
Like,
sharp, even though they're live blades, they're like not sharp. So like maybe you won't get as hurt.
maybe, yeah. Like, dude, and it's so loud, Like,
Did
I-
they buy
I have a-
insurance from Balisong?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I don't know, dude. Like, so ridiculous.
I think Balisong should offer those but what is that called? Like the safety insurance. Before I let them touch knives.
Yeah.
What up,
Just put one
Arshir?
more idea before you play the marathon.
Are you going to make sure it happens to me? I'm done working a real job.
On your design, Sharif, are you
Yes.
already getting prototypes made, or is it still like have you like I know you haven't decided on an OEM, but have you like
Yeah.
scouted out protos and stuff that you'd get made?
Dude, actually, I literally just finished this sketch like a day or two ago.
Oh no
So,
shit.
Yeah. Oh, Damon and Kay, like, this is my new design I'm working on.
Wow.
Is that flop flipper?
No,
Is
it's
this
like,
what?
it's not. Well, she was asking if it was a front flipper.
Oh, no.
No?
thumb disc.
No, it's got a thumb disc.
Thumb disc. Right.
Yeah.
That
Old
looks nice.
school style.
Yeah, and it looks sexy. I don't know why, but
I like
It's
the
sexy.
whole line.
yeah,
I mean
the whole line is
yes,
so
the
sexy.
whole line of
Yeah.
the knife.
Thank you.
And also,
Oh, and-
you know why I asked is it a front flipper? Because I personally like front flipper pretty much.
Yeah, that has
Yeah.
a little angle there.
Yes. So I thought it was a front flipper version.
So the reason for that, I'll show you real quick. Oh, let me get my knife from the case. So with tactical knives, they tend to have like a big stop pin that's like almost on top of the lock bar. So you get a little bit like sticking out like that. But if you add jimping, you can actually front flip it.
Okay,
So-
so it's positive
Positive.
for you
Yeah.
if you can.
Possible for me.
Yeah.
I think it's
It
possible.
is possible.
From-
Yeah, and this is on washers, by the way. So like you can actually front flip if you want to.
Some people add a little jimping on their 0640s and it makes it like
Yeah.
Is there any jimping on the blade here?
Would you
Nope.
do that with yours?
Oh no.
No, the 0640 is a perfect knife to me. So like I'm not gonna touch it. The only thing I did
On your
was
design, you put jimping there.
I didn't, but I may add some like micro, like fine jimping on it just for a little bit of traction.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the
South African jimping, the fine jimps.
yeah. I'll tell you the one thing that I did do though that's kind of when I designed the the mechanism, because I have another set of sketches for like how the lock bar and all of that stuff works. I actually designed it around this like setup, actually. So I'm gonna spec these bearings. So it's a 6 millimeter pivot with a 12.5 millimeter outer diameter. But Skiff makes these multi-row bearings, and they make these thick washers in the same spec. So you'll be able to swap. You know, if you like it with bearings, you can run it on bearings. If you want to run it on washers, you can run it on washers.
So if you do that, one thing you should make sure to let people know is
Yeah.
that, let's say you run it on bearings for a while, it's obviously going to create a track, right?
Yeah.
That will not go well with the washers.
Yeah. So I'll have to include an extra set of the polished washers like on the inside just for those, So like you just swap both, and then because like with the 0640 it runs on washers, like you can see, it's not like a drop shutty knife, but it's so hydraulically smooth like the whole way through. And I love this. I love washer knives personally, but
Well done washer knife is super underrated, and also something that I've noticed like has a lot of like the current Chinese production knives are all bearings, and people sort of
yeah.
like people always want different. Like it used to all be washer knives, then people wanted bearings. Now it's going back and forth where like some people want bearings.
Yeah. Which is why I did this, because I looked through Skiff's catalog and I was like, oh, here's a set where I can actually have both. Yeah. And it works out really well,
One thing to know is that Chinese production today is 10,000 times better than American production was 4 years ago. And the reason why that matters is that some people still think of washer action as what they were getting from American production 5 or 6 years ago. But
yeah.
Have you seen like some overseas production washer knives, like the Drift, for example, which isn't kind of what I mean, right? Like overseas production with better tolerances.
Yeah.
This is nice. Like that action is really nice.
Dude, my OG MBK old guard, full on washers, right? This thing drop shut smooth on washers.
Mm-hmm.
Like super hydraulic. Like I barely need to put any energy into like dropping it. It's glassy smooth, The only issue is it is a little lock bar sensitive,
Like right?
On deployment. But if you know how to hold it, you can get around that like pretty easily. If you do this, no. But if you move your finger, you can just flip it out, But with
finger flick knives is you never have to worry about the lock bar sensitivity, because obviously you're not using the knife in that way.
Exactly. Dude, but I like a good washer knife personally. For me, the reason I like it is because I like to be able to control the close, But it also, like, you can get that with a bearing knife where it's like hydraulic. It's like slow. It's not like crazy, like ba 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 ba.
That is the new. I guess I don't want to call it a fad, but the new trend is, and that's actually my favorite action too, is a hydraulic.
Yeah.
It went from people like CRK, like to like then people were like, I want Grimsmo Norseman, like guillotine.
Yeah.
Dead in my opinion. People don't like that.
Dude,
that feels like a little bit more premium feeling of the knife.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Whenever I talk about guillotine, I always bring up this knife. This is an over 4-inch blade on bearings, and it has a back lock kind of mechanism. It's called a window lock. And this thing is terrifying because it's meant to be on bushings, like it was designed to be, but we put it on bearings and it just drops. And the thing is, if you don't engage the back lock, I got to make sure my fingers are free. It'll actually like bounce back on you.
Scary.
It's so terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying. And the funny thing is, like, Miguel Barbudo, the custom maker who they licensed this design from, he and I were talking about this at Blade Show, and he was so pissed off about this. And this knife is like 1.5, 2 years old. He's like, why did they put it on bearings? It's not supposed to be on bearings. Like, it made it so dangerous, you know?
Yeah. Especially for heavy blade.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
this is okay. Let me give you a size reference. Here is a Para 3, right? Versus it. Like, it's a big knife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me show you against like a Paramilitary 2. Like, it's still a big knife. Like, and it's pretty good blade stock thickness, you know?
Yeah.
So for this thing to be like that terrifying, like, you gotta open it or unlock it like this, use your finger to stop it from rotating, rotate your hand over, clear your fingers, and then you can drop it and click it into place. Like, I love this knife.
Yeah, so the bearings on this knife is like technically make this knife even not smoother.
Dude,
for the close.
it's so dangerous. And the person who decided to put it on bearings, total psychopath. They were just like, I don't want people to have fingers anymore. You know? One moon. This is the Wii Blackow, designed by Miguel Barbudo. It's actually one of 2 Wii knives that I own. I'm not usually a big fan of Wii. Like, it has to do with their finishes. Their construction is phenomenal, but they're like, I don't care for their finishes a lot of times. The only other Wii I have is, oh, you guys, Kay and Damon, haven't seen. I got this recently.
Wow. Remember this is the
V knife.
The Isham, Elijah Isham Arrakis.
Oh,
Yeah.
Arrakis or what?
The Arrakis.
Arrakis, right.
Yeah. Yeah. These are the only 2 Wii knives I own.
Yeah.
How big
And
is your Sharif? Like, how many knives do you own?
Not counting my own, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Counting.
Maybe about 70.
Okay, that's a lot.
Alright.
Yeah. No, and I'm trying to get rid of knives, honestly, because
That's what
like
everyone tells me, but I'm the only one who sells all my knives, and everyone else's collection is growing.
yeah. No, it's true, dude.
You know how many knives I have right now?
You have, I know you. You have like 3 to 5. You have 0? What about that blue thing you pulled out earlier? Yeah, that one.
The cubic. No, I got this as a free replacement, and it's like all like broken and stuff. I just use this as the scraper. It doesn't have an
Okay,
edge.
fair.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Knives in my like.
So it's not a knife. It's
It's a scraper. I use it to
a scraper. It's not a knife.
treat foil on my blades that sticks. I use this to scrape it off the steel. Like, as far as like collection knives, I have 0 right
Yeah.
now. I had to, but I sold that because I bought a
Yeah.
grinder. So that was the last knife I had that's like actually like a fancy knife.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have 2 knives that are on the way to me that I'm gonna, because I need a user knife. Like I actually use my knives. I need to have a knife. I got, the Spyderco second sale happened recently. So a friend of mine went and picked me up 2 knives, a Native 5 lightweight in M4 and a Sage lightweight in M4.
Okay, nice.
Well, those are good users and cheap
Yeah.
with Spyderco seconds. So that's what I'm gonna carry for a while. But yeah, because I love knives. I can't stop buying them, but I can't afford them, so I have to sell them shortly after.
Yeah.
Like a rental period.
See, my problem is like so what I do is I collect knives depending on designers, right? Or like custom makers. So I have a set of Peñas, Laconicos, Gustavo Cecchini, Brad Southard, Peter Carey, right? Arcane. I still need to send some money over to Damon here. So I have a pirate tag, right?
You do it in a sense where you want a representation of their work, right?
Yes, exactly. Because again, Shirogorov, right? Like I have something that I can learn from and go back and reference. So like from Peter Carey, my lock bar length on my kimonos, I learned from Peter Carey. Like I disassembling his knives, looking, and I said, "Oh, he runs an extraordinarily short lock bar, right?" So I reached out to him, and I was like, "Oh, what's your reasoning for this?" And we had a conversation about it, And so like I can learn something from how all of these guys approach things that informs like my future designs, right? And like now I really want to pick up like a design by Tashi Barusha, but like I don't have the money for it at the moment. But there's an approach, a style, a way of thinking, you can learn from all these guys.
Your method is how I ideally want to collect when I have more money in the future, because some people do it like I want to collect all the different steels. Some people do like I want all the different handle materials. I like the designer method more. I think it's more collectory, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the issue with me is like all of my purchases right now are like toward the goal, right? Like a mill for a goal, and like when a machine is $6,000, buying $1,000 knife takes away from that goal. So I can't buy it right now because like every machine you get as a maker accelerates your production speed so much. So like you can't afford to invest capital anywhere else. So for some reason I'm just like, I want to buy so much stuff, dude. Like I have lists upon lists of stuff I want to buy, but
yeah, honestly, like that's why, for example, like me, I haven't bought a new knife since Blade Show. Blade Show was the last time I bought a knife, and the only one that I got recently was this, the Arrakis. But I bought it because it's used clearly. Like you can see some like scratches a little bit like right there, and a little bit of wear on the pocket clip. But it's like these never come up for sale ever. And if you do, you see them for like $500. I got a good price on this. I didn't pay $500 for it. I paid like $300, So I'm like, okay, my one and only opportunity to buy an Arrakis. Okay, boom. Elijah Isham checked off the list, And like I don't need to buy any other Ishams because like that is completely representative of his whole philosophy,
That's my goal in life, dude, is once I have like stable income and all the machines I need to make stuff, I just want to collect.
yeah, dude.
All the makers who appreciate their work, their design language, like their character, like I just want to buy it all.
Dude, but this is also why I'm saying like I want to sell stuff because like I have this pair of 3, in 4V. I don't carry this thing. Like realistically, it's cool. I got it when like they dropped, but I have so many other things to carry, and like learn from. Like, why? why do I have this? This is what like I need to sell, right? Like
And it's
I
not
have
you any design influence or knowledge.
exactly, right? Like I got this Yojimbo last year, right? Cool knife. Really like it. But I'm not learning anything from it and it's not getting carried, you
And it's
know?
like you can get another one anytime, like literally.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it is cool because it's my only crew wear knife, right?
Oh.
But it's, you know, like, okay, at the end of the day, big deal. You know, I can get another knife in crew wear at some point, you know? So, like, when I say I need to sell things, like, again, I have two of the Strider PT Pluses. I may as well sell one of them. You know what I mean? Like,
Why they don't use crewwear overseas at all?
crewwear is hard to get, right, Damon? Like in China?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting.
but they are trying to get some more.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
some of the steels are harder to get in China, right?
And
Yeah.
the main problem is that they have to learn about the heat treatment of this kind of weird, different steels. The harder they can get the steel, the less experience of the heat treatment they can get. So they have to learn about that. So maybe they have to learn from some production or some for a long time. After that, they can proudly present the right heat treatment for this kind of steel.
Yeah.
That's kind of the process. Yeah.
that makes sense. There's also like experience working with it and stuff like that, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a supply issue per se only. It's also like yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I just remember because Damon was talking. I can't remember what steel you were talking about before, but you were telling me that it was like difficult to find in China. I don't know if it was maybe LMAX or something.
I don't remember yet.
Yeah. No, I mean this was months ago, so I can't even remember. You know.
Yeah, there is some kind of steel is difficult to get. It's like S90V to S110V, and
Yeah.
it's like hard to get. And something like Coolware and LMAX is kind of hard to get, but they can get it for a long period of time from order to ship to China. So some kind of stuff like that to keep them.
What about Vanax? Because I've seen it used recently.
Vanax is it's also hard to get, but some factory has it, and I think they all already have some experience of the heat treatment of it. Maybe you guys can see more Vanax from China's productions.
Ooh, that's cool because I like Vanax.
I've seen Vanax in some Beztech knives recently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I was thinking about Vanax when we make decision to production this Kraken, but by that time it's still hard to get and really expensive for the heat treatment. And
I mean, the steel itself is also expensive, like compared to other stuff.
Yeah. But it's such a cool steel.
Very popular steel, though.
Yeah. I only have one knife in Vanax, and it's a knife that I'm like never gonna use. So it's like one of my only like real safe queens, you know. Yeah. Which is kind of sad. I want to play with Vanax a little bit more, for sure. You know?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think about the Quiet Carry Large Drift?
Oh, it's a dope knife. It probably fits my hands better than the regular drift, but I know they changed like the profile of it a bit. and I like the style of the original, if I'm honest, you know. So I'm kind of like torn, you know. Yeah, yeah, and it's like I don't know. It's or no, I'm thinking about the LC like contoured one. The large drift is pretty close to the original. Um, I dig it. I mean, at 3.45 inches, like for the blade length, it's not that big, you know. But the handle is finally a size like I need a knife that is about 4.25 inches to like fit my grip. So that's like the minimum for me. So
Handling?
yeah, handle length, like for me to get like 4 fingers comfortably, you know. Um, yeah, like even like a paramilitary 2, my pinky, like if I want my hand to be comfortable, it's like halfway up that ramp, you know, like right here. So it's a tight knife for me.
I have a
What's
question
that?
related to your hand size. So obviously, like we talked about earlier, that knives in that 3.3, 3.2 inch range are more popular because medium to large size hands are more common. Like when you design knives that are in that size range, do you find it like more awkward? Because like, you know the way we test knives, we put it in our hand to see if it's comfortable. Is
Yeah.
it harder for you to test if a knife is comfortable for a medium sized hand person because of the
Yeah, so like I have to make some concessions, you know, like I'll give you a good example real quick. Or two, let's make it 3 examples. So, like for example, the mini old guard small is really like a 3 finger knife for me, you know? So, like if I can wrap my pinky around the backside and it falls comfortably, then that works for me. You know, like I'm okay with that. I'll just throw a lanyard on it and that gives my pinky like something to have contact with and like I'm good, you know? Something that falls in the middle of that is like an Alliance Designs Easy E. That's like a 3.5 finger knife for me. So I still love this knife because it fits and it's comfortable because the ergonomics are really neutral, you know? And I can actually kind of like choke up because of the way it was designed, you know?
So
Now, having said that, real quick, one last example. My Grazioso is actually a 3.3 inch knife. And the way I designed it, it actually hits all 4 fingers because I extended the butt here a little bit. And since I flared the back end outward like this, it actually hits the full inside of my palm. So for me, this is the most comfortable approach, right? If I can flare out that rear to make contact with the back of my palm, now I can still maintain a full grip while still having like a shorter blade length, you know? So that's kind of, at least for me, like for knives that I buy and then knives that I design, like how I think about that smaller blade length, you know?
right, because the reason that's interesting to me is like, so you wouldn't consider designing a knife where maybe like a smaller knife where maybe it's actually uncomfortable for your hand, but because it's not for you, it's for a smaller handed customer. You know what I mean?
So yeah, my thinking is like I've designed 2 smaller knives that are going to be coming out with Kaiser actually. And what I try to achieve with my knife designs is to be as universally comfortable as possible. So I'll make up mock-ups of the designs. And for example, like my dad, he has medium to large size hands. You know, he's kind of like in the middle. So if it passes the test with him and it passes the test with me, then it's a good design.
Gotcha.
You know?
Interesting.
Yeah.
My philosophy is very different. For me, I think of it as like I want a small knife to like. I don't when I'm thinking of like making a small knife. I don't care about a large-handed person's preference at all. I want it to perfectly fit the small-handed person's hand. And then if I make a larger knife, then vice versa. I want it to just fit the large-handed person's knife and not care about the small-handed person.
So when I think about that, like the only time in my personal philosophy that a handle shouldn't be universal is actually in a tactical knife design, right? And so an example, let me get you an example of a tactical knife.
He has all the knives, so
I do.
Yeah.
Actually, so I can.
Yeah,
I can
actually, this kind
reference
of
them.
thing is like I'm feeling you guys about designing the knife, about the length of the knife, and also my personally is like mixture of you two, a mixture of you two's opinions. And because I was have a chance to work in Kaiser back in the days, so I contact and touch a lot of designs and a lot of designers. So basically, I face some designers is just like they design knife with their hand size. So they just you can look at the knife and you know what the size is the designer hand. Yeah, that's basically is that. And some kind of the designer is like they make knives, for a lot of people. So they make different size of that special
specification.
Knife.
Yeah.
So that will comes a problem that is like for some people it's like they feel really nice in hand, but for some people it's kind of stick in the middle. So it's kind of like a little bit longer or a little bit shorter. But that's kind of the thing they have to, they have to choose. It's kind of like you cannot fulfill all people's needs. So that's kind of the choosing thing. So I'm a little bit more agreed with, Brian say it's like the purpose of this design is for the certain group of people. So the design size of the handle should be, either large or either small. So it's kind of like not in the middle. But for me, it's kind of like finding the spot of the design that we can merge those things. For the finger lines, for the finger lines, I was making the finger lines here a little bit, not that much big of the cutout. So larger hand people feel in the hand in this really nice, and smaller hand people will not feel like their index finger just stuck in here.
Oh, I see. Like it's more of a shallow curve.
Yeah. So this is kind of the way I try to do is like most people can feel comfortably with this handle. Either it's like large hand or small hands. So that's what I think of. It's not like a big cutout for the index finger, but when smaller hand people will feel like their index finger just stuck in there and not comfortable.
Yeah.
A big finger can go in there.
Yeah.
So for me, the only kinds of knives, like I was saying, that should be like completely hand size exclusive is like that.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're specifically trapping the pinky, or in the case of like a reverse grip, it's like a guard,
Yeah.
So with this has the purpose of like knife fighting and like being, a full blown tactical, you know, kind of survival situation knife design, right? So like if I hand this to somebody, let's say I hand this to Kay with her hand size, her hand is going to be like here, you know, like it's not going to fit, right? So like I have a similar philosophy to what Damon was saying. Like when I designed this, you can see I did a very shallow transition
Yeah.
through here. And even when I did the kimono, right, like the transition isn't really huge. So even if you have smaller hands, like let's say your 3 finger, like the knife should still be comfortable for you
Yeah.
regardless, you know, even though this is like a tactically inspired like design, you know. So I see, like, I get inspired by, you know, like this. Again, same sort of deal. You know, it's meant to be something that can be as universally fit as possible, despite its overall size. If you, there is a way of making knives that are fits everybody, but it just ends up looking flat.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
and every knife would end up looking like a candy bar, you know.
So I like that. I like that note about the tactical where like it locks your fingers in. I do think that's
Yeah.
just from a common sense standpoint. If you're gonna fight with a knife, it needs to not jump around.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, what's interesting to me about that is a lot of people who describe their knives as tactical don't incorporate that philosophy whatsoever.
Nope.
Yeah.
A good example is like, and I'm not talking shit here. Like I like Brian Nadeau's knives, but like they're not tactical knives to me, which is something he describes them. And they actually won best
So-
tactical holder, but that made no sense to me. Like it's
So
a great
the,
like EDC knife, but
the interesting thing though about like tactical is if you look at a Bob Trezzola, right, the godfather of tactical knife design, he doesn't do that either, right?
I don't agree with his definition of tactical. Terzola.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like tactical is, it's a little bit about a philosophy and approach to construction as, you know, as you design the knife, right? So like, you know, you have like a harder use edge, like thicker behind the edge thickness. You tend to have like a shouldered stop pin that tends to be oversized, right? You tend to have a certain approach to the grip, a certain thickness. Like this is a knife that, like, if I'm wearing one of my tactical gloves, like my hand will still fit, you know, and I can maintain a good grip, like no matter what I'm doing, you know, versus, you know, again, let's even say like this guy, even though it's got a tactical flavor to the design styling of it, it's not constructed the same way. It's got through pin, stomp pin. It's not a shouldered stomp pin. You know, like the reverse grip ergonomics don't really work, you know, like that, like little things like that, you know.
Do you think? I mean, because like I have this is a big issue in terms of like knife terminology and language. Is that
Yeah.
people use the wrong word for everything? Like
Mhm.
tactical makes no sense to me as a word to describe what Terzola was saying. It makes more sense to describe it as like a multi-purpose tool.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Thicker, more robust, can handle things other than just cutting. Right? Is the idea.
Yeah.
To me, tactical is supposed to mean like what the word tactical means in a dictionary, where it's like, you know, oriented toward combat and like maneuverability and you
Yeah.
know, right. So like, and I have the same issue with like, you know, the word, like the way people use the word custom knife. Like there's nothing custom about a custom knife. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Custom knife is supposed to be short for custom order, but you can't custom order half the custom knives. They're all just cookie cutter, like, you know, the same knife. How is that custom? Like, so,
Yeah.
you know, I have a big issue with terminology in the knife world currently. Like, it makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
So to your point, you want to know what's the dirty little secret about like the tactical knife community, right? Like literally everybody. I'm talking Hinderer, freaking God, Strider, Trezola, like all of these guys. The dirty little secret about tactical knives, right, is that if you talk to real operators, like the guys who are like SEAL Team 6, the guys who they send, in small teams to like overthrow governments, like those serious high level, like military dudes, okay? Not a single one of them uses a folding knife ever. like ever, okay?
Yeah.
Like, and even the type of knife that they carry, right, is not what you would expect. It's I'll go get it. I have one. Hold on,
last year.
Hold on, I'll be back in 1 second.
So, Kyle Connor asked, is there any disposable difference in size between these two handle design methods? Any disposable difference in sales between these two handle design methods? Which two handle design methods?
Yeah.
But there's only one though.
Yeah. I kind of confused about this comment.
Oh, maybe what he means is like with your experience at Kaiser, like, do you notice like this, magnetic style is more popular than the standard way it's done at Kaiser, like when you were there? Maybe that's interpreting the question. I don't know.
And of course, this
disposable difference in sales.
In sales between those two handle designers. Oh, he means like I talked about two kind of designs. It's like one kind of design is for the the designer based on their hand size. Another is like big, large, and middle and small size. They both have. For data is like the second method is more sales. So basically, it's like the design itself is fit more group of people. So it naturally like sells more. And the type of designs just based on the designer's hand size is sells less because it's less people in this group. So that's the truth. And
that means if your product has more functions, then it just attracts more customers. Something like that.
It is kind of hard to talk about which one is the best. It's kind of like if you have the hand size same as the designer, you will love this knife really, really much, more than every other knife. But if you don't have the hand size of the designer, you will hate this knife. So it's kind of love or hate. Yeah, love or hate situation.
Do you know the Isham abstruse? Do you know that, Sharif? The Isham abstruse?
Yeah.
You would hate that knife, for example.
Yeah.
A lot work with your, but for me, it's literally perfect.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the point. That's the point. You can
that's my
find,
problem.
Yeah, you can find a cool knife, a knife you can use and you can carry and you will love from the second method. From all sides of design method. But you will find the most loved knife from the first method. From the designs based on the designer's hand size. If you have the same hand size as the designer, that's you love that more. But you have to find that.
That tends to be my issue with Voxnays. Like, he designs to his hand size like a lot. Jen Zanzo designs more universal, but Voxnays he designs to his hand size. So like this is in for review as well. The Giant Mouse Ace Atelier, right? It just barely fits my hand, right? And my bitch about it is if he just simply rounded that or made a smooth curve there, it would fit everybody's hands.
Yeah.
You know? But he doesn't do that because he wants it to fit exactly his hand size. And like for me, I have to like cram my hand uncomfortably in order to fit it exactly.
So,
and it creates hot spots, you know?
Boxnace is lucky because his hand size happens to be the most popular hand, like the most common.
Yes, exactly.
So because he's a designer who fits to his hand, which happens to be the same size as other people's hands, it still works. And people say that it's great all the time.
Yeah. I mean, let's not talk about their... let's not talk about Italian manufacturing.
And let me try if I fit this knife.
This is not mine.
Yours, right?
Yeah. Look at this.
See, this handle length. The handle length is 11.2 centimeters. So 11.2 centimeters equals to like 4.6 inches. Yeah. So for this 4.6 inches handle, can you see?
You have a
button. This looks like a sword to me, but I think Sharif will hold it perfectly in hand.
It'll be perfect.
It'll be perfect for you, but not for me. See?
No, Kay, just to give you an idea, this knife is, wait, hold on, let me tell you. The handle, just the handle of this knife is over 13.5 centimeters. Okay?
13.5.
Okay.
Yeah, centimeters. Okay?
Okay, 13.5. That is even larger than the Kraken's handle. Oh.
Yeah. Look at my hand on that.
I think it's gonna look like an X thing. It is in my hand.
Yeah, your hand would literally be like that.
Measured 1 second. So 7 centimeters. my four fingers 7 centimeters.
Okay, so for me, I am 8.8 centimeters.
So almost 9 centimeters. So I think,
if I go around my knuckles, it's like 8.9 centimeters. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick, going back to like the whole tactical knife thing, right?
Yeah.
This is the dirty secret, right? Like that nobody in the hard use like tactical knife world wants to talk about, right? So in a situation, let's say you are, you've got your big pew pew, right? And you enter a doorway and you have it and you're entering and it doesn't work. Okay. You're going to use that. You're going to drunk that. You're going to get your smaller pew pew and use that. Right. That's the reality. They're not going to go for a knife ever. Right. If they do go for a knife, they go for one of these. Right. It's a SOG. It's a cheap, stupid cheap knife. Right. It has finger grooves that work well if you're wearing a glove. It's a rubber handle. Like I'm not even sure it's full tang, and it's 3.8 millimeters thick at its thickest. Mm-hmm. That's it. And they use the combo blade. This is it. Anything heavier than this, they hate it. They actually choose this because it's very lightweight. It's very easy to like carry, like on a chest rig. So they'll grab it and use it, or they'll have it like upside down here. But most of the time, you know what they use this for? Is like scraping stuff out of the dirt. Like, they don't even carry a folding knife, like at all. This is what they use.
That, like, you're not dealing with like flimsy deployment methods. You're not wasting time. You're not
exactly.
You're not risking failure. Like, for example, the Emerson Wave, right? In theory,
Yeah.
you could deploy it as fast as a fixed blade, but what if you
Right.
mess your wave deployment? You're just gonna die. Like, this is so
Yeah.
stupid. Like,
No,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, right? For like EDC, the wave is nice,
it's
right?
cool.
Yeah.
Right. And here's the thing, right? Like, first of all, you've got to deploy it. You're holding the knife from back here when you deploy it. Now I need to have time to get my grip into
Yeah.
a comfortable position. And if
Exactly.
I'm back here, then I also maybe need to spin it to get to this. When you're in the heat of the moment and your life is in danger, you're not going to do any of that, right? You're going to go for old reliable fixed blade, like
Yep.
every single time.
Already, your hand's already in position.
Yes, you're literally going to go like this, like that. That's it.
Yeah.
If I was in a dangerous like environment and if I knew how to use it, like I would
Yeah.
always fixed blade. Like, why would I not? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. No, like when I have gone into dangerous environments, like in downtown LA or places where I really need to be concerned about my self-protection, right? I carry a fixed blade as a backup. Like I carry my whatchamacallit, I carry my pocket knife, but then I will go for my fixed blade first, you know? I'll never go for a folding knife. Ever. It's just stupid.
And you just 10% of the time anyway. If you
Yeah.
have the right. Yeah, I don't know. I it's so weird. Like you see people talk about like their hard use, like they use their folding knife for everything. And I'm like, but why? Or yeah, I'm just like, but why? Like,
dude, I mean, I have like this is my only hinderer, right? You know what this is really great for? Is for digging into the soil and like jamming it into stuff like in the garden. That's what I hard use this for. You know? Like that's it. You know? Like if I
this is completely unrelated, but the Grimsmo, John Grimsmo, and he was talking about how like his cousin or relative or whatever uses it to like dig bones for dinosaurs.
Yeah.
That was the funniest thing to me ever. I was like, yeah, I guess that's what that blade shape could be used for.
Dude, that blade shape is so ridiculous. You know what we're talking about, you guys, Pyrotech, right? Kane,
Mhm.
The
you know
Grimsmo,
the Grimsmo Norseman? Do you know that knife? I'm sure you've seen it. I'll pull up a picture for you guys real quick.
Yeah, we just forgot the name.
put it in private chat maybe.
Oh no, I'll show it on the live stream. I don't have a problem showing it. But
Yeah, fans swore to death that if I just tried it, I would love it, and it's so useful. And then my friend loaned me one to try, and I was like, this is not useful at all.
this blade shape.
All right. Yeah.
It looks so familiar.
Yeah, it looks like a horse's penis.
Yeah.
I actually tried to use one of these, and I could not think of a more useless blade shape, like on purpose. Like,
Yeah.
because like the front portion, you can't even use it as well for scraping. Like, you want a flat area for scraping, right? You want a straight line to scrape effectively. Otherwise, you're only scraping small sections at a time on a curve. It makes no sense.
Right.
And then the recurve part is like very subtle. Like, if I'm gonna have a recurve, I want it to be more distinct than that, because like you might as well just go full recurve and actually have it do something.
Yeah.
Instead of just making it harder to sharpen. And then that Yakote area, the part where it transitions from the recurve to the curved front portion, people say it's great for boxes. It is not. It is so thick there, it does not penetrate all the way down into the box. Some box, like some double corrugated cardboard, like triple wall cardboard, I couldn't even get all the way through with that portion without having to push extra hard, and it's just annoying. I'm like, why would I ever use this knife?
Yeah.
I'm a hater.
Yeah.
I think when it closed the knife, it looks like a seahorse. I mean,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then the main tip, the actual tip, is like it's so high up and like it's also super thick. It doesn't penetrate anything. So I'm like,
Yeah.
every part of this knife is the least optimally designed possible for me.
Yeah. I don't get it at all.
Yeah,
Personally. Like, I remember when Nick Shabazz reviewed it and he was like, I love this knife, you know? And I'm like, bro, Nick, like, that's cool, but no.
Yeah.
I cannot agree with you on this at all.
I think
You know?
Still totally disagree. I've always disagreed.
yeah.
Never liked Norset. Ever.
I think
Mm,
it's cool to be be a showpiece, and maybe some collection, but not for use.
Just for
Yeah.
us, just
Yeah.
collection,
Yeah.
but not for the actual
Yeah.
use.
Yeah.
See, if you want to know if your blade is any good, give it to your farmer for 6 months.
It's true though.
Just use their knives in a very different way, though. Like,
Yeah.
what's funny is that farmers would actually like tactical knives in the knife like the knife community definition. They would like it the most because it's robust. It's multi-purpose. Like
Yeah.
a farmer would like that definition of tactical, where it's not for combat, but it's multi-purpose, thicker.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean I have a lot of farmers around me and I've handed them this and they're like, "Oh, I like that. I can see how that would be useful for me."
Right.
You know? Like
So give it to me, I will let you know.
and just doing boxes would not like a tactical knife. Like it's too thick.
No, it's well, dude, even like we were talking about with the Protect Strider, like this is a small little knife, but it has a 25 degree per side, bevel. Dude, trying to cut through cardboard with this was stupid. Like it was so difficult for such a small knife.
And
That's what
the blade is so small. It's like why? Like
yeah, like there's no and it's in MagnaCut. MagnaCut's whole strength is edge stability when it gets really thin.
Yeah.
So like, why go with like a secondary bevel like this when it can really tolerate being like that?
Wow.
Like it's
Yeah,
just
maybe
a waste of the
will
steel.
better.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Actually, I've thought about that. I've thought about sending this one off to be reground with a nice hollow grind. Actually,
Yeah. Yeah, I think it will be better. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think it'd be a much smarter approach, and it would make this thing way more like I love carrying it because it is so small, and like it, especially during summertime, it's nice to have something that's kind of like chunky but lightweight.
by the way, that kicks.
Yeah.
hard.
Oh, it does. Like, dude, it kicks way hard for how small of a knife it is. But yeah, man, it's just funny because again, with tactical knives, this is literally what they carry. Like I bought this because those guys told me, like, this is literally the knife that I carry. We got issued all these different models, all these different things. All the guys went back to this because they're like, it's lightweight, it's very easy to carry, it does everything they need, and it's not something that they're using very often, so they want it to be lightweight and accessible. Like these are so it's just so funny, man, because like I love Striders, I really do, but I guarantee you there is no dude sitting in Afghanistan or in the middle of some war zone and who knows where who's like pulling out his Strider to like do anything other than maybe open up a can.
Praetorian.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Medford, even worse.
A fight with the Medford, how bad that would be.
Dude, let me, these guys are already carrying like 40 pounds of gear on their back before they add like a 7-pound or 8-pound pew plus all the other stuff. No, let me put 6 pounds of knife in my pocket, please.
I was like, why even deploy the knife. I just use it like a brick and just beat someone to death.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the break.
That being said, I do have like a 1 point something pound worth of knife blade.
For fun knife, you know?
Totally for fun.
Yeah.
Totally for fun. You know? This thing is absolutely ridiculous. This is like something that I would carry for Halloween. You know? Like, I love it.
Cold Steel doesn't even market it as a war weapon or anything like that.
No. Why would you?
Yeah.
Like, it's totally impractical for like carrying purposes. But you know, like Lynn Thompson was the kind of dude to carry like 4 knives this big on him all the time, you know? So, like, Lynn Thompson's a crazy guy.
You ever seen that video of him throwing like a spear at like a water buffalo?
Yeah, the dude is nuts. He literally took a cold steel spear into the bush, hunted water buffalo. One of them charged at him. Lynn Thompson just bore down instead of trying to run away, and he freaking speared the thing, and like he killed the water buffalo. Like, the guy is a nut job. I love it.
Really, like, he's actually like kind of weird.
Mhm. Oh, he's a nut job. But I love how, like, for what he built and like what he was trying to do, he was so passionate about it, and that's what I respect about him. You know, he's like, I'm gonna make the craziest, nuttiest knives that are affordable for like your every person, and he did that, and he lived and loved that life every minute until he sold the company. You know,
Until he sold the company.
yeah.
Like, for how ridiculous the promo videos and stuff were, Cold Steels are actually good knives.
Yeah, they are.
Tools, like, they're actually like good.
Mhm.
Like, people don't think about it, but it's like a Code 4 or Recon 1. Those are actually like good.
Yeah, and the triad lock is super legit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so they did some really amazing stuff, you know? What a lot of people are waiting to see is because this has the new Atlas lock, they're waiting to see if the Atlas lock works as well over the long term as the triad lock. Because in theory, it's stronger, but the triad lock had the advantage of self-adjusting over time to maintain its lockup. So they're waiting to see the long-term like usage of the Atlas lock, you know. But I gotta say, it's the nicest like kind of back lock mechanism that I've used. You know, like I've gotten to handle the Demco like 80 20.5s. I wasn't a huge fan personally. I've handled this guy. This was sent to me, the Vision with their like the Snex like super lock. I like this less. I actually think that the Demco like Shark Lock is much better than this personally. But the Atlas lock is maybe my favorite of them so far, you know. But having said that, I'm waiting to get my hand on a Demco 8020S, which is the big one, because that one will actually fit my hands. And then I'll see what it's like to live with one for a little while, you know, because like I think the Shark Lock has a lot of potential. I only got to handle one for like maybe 5 minutes at Blade Show. So like I don't want to like fully give my judgment without actually sitting and like spending time with one. The only other thing.
Yeah, actually I always have a question about that kind of lock on the spine. It's like, will it easy to disengage the lock when you grip the knife and use it with your thumb?
Brian can answer.
I mean, generally speaking, like you kind of have to be very deliberate about actually disengaging it. It won't just like accidentally like
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I find that like a lot of times, like they put. Do I have an example here?
Yeah, Brian works with a lot of the Demcos.
So this one has it. The right here. Sometimes people put their thumb on the. That's why there's a ramp here with jimping.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Here, or you
That'll be
can
fine.
over, in which case there's
Yeah.
no actual pressure on the lock itself.
Yeah.
No matter how hard I'm pressing here, there's no pressure on the lock right now. And if
Yeah.
it's here, then it's actually making the lock stronger, technically.
Yeah.
Making the lock engage more.
Yeah, because this type of lock is kind of like you have to lift the lock bar up, right?
Yeah, it goes like this.
Yeah, it's not just pulling it back. It's
Yeah, it's like
Up and all the way back.
yeah.
yeah.
If I pull it this much, for example, halfway, it still
Yeah.
won't close.
Yeah.
Yeah, that took me a second to figure out when I was handling it, you know.
Yeah. That would be better. But I trying some lock about some fusion lock between crossbar lock and that kind of lock. It's kind of like the lock bar here. They disengage the lock bar just like pulling it back. It's not lifting it and pulling it back.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that kind of lock will disengage when you're using like this way to cut things. It's kind
Yeah.
of like slipping and unlock the line. So I always wonder that kind of shot lock or something will happen or not because
Yeah.
because I never handled one in China. It's hard to get that kind of knife in China. So yeah, I'm always curious about that.
So I can tell you with this one, it's kind of similar. Like
Yeah.
your thumb, for at least my hands, my thumb is in front of it.
Yeah.
And in this position, I don't really have the strength to pull back and push the spring out of the locking position. This one is more just straight back. Like the movement is like upwards, you know?
Okay.
And
So
But-
a little bit upwards and then backwards.
Yeah, like it's still how can I explain? Like movement is still like kind of up. Yeah, like
Up and back. Yeah. Okay.
but it the spring the spring pressure is pretty high. I will say, out of all of the ones that between this, the Shark Lock, and the Atlas Lock, this is the most uncomfortable because, like, the front end here, you don't have a large surface to make contact with, so it digs into your finger. And over some time, you'll get, like, a dent in your finger from it, you know?
It doesn't help. There's no jimping, like fine jimping.
Yeah.
The blade, because the blade stock thickness is so thin, that area is also thin.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So I don't know.
You need some thickness.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like it's fidgety. I'll give it that, you know. And I can't talk about how strong it is. But I'm willing to bet you the Shark Lock is way stronger than this. You know, just from looking at how the different ones are constructed. Because I have a picture where the Shark Lock, the Triad Lock, the Vision Lock, or the Super Lock, whatever they call this, are all disassembled. And you can just see how they interact in the locking interface. The Shark Lock is going to be super duper ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
For sure. You know? So.
Although one thing people don't consider much is that's only in this direction.
I'd
Lateral,
be curious.
really like.
Yeah. 100%. Like, I want to see. Do
Like,
I have?
This shit is gonna break before locks even matter.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if I have. Yeah, I do actually. Hold on, I'll show you the picture I'm talking about. There you go. So you can see all of them, you know, one next to another. So this is the super lock. This is the Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Shark. This is the Triad lock.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is the Scorpion lock.
Interesting.
So you can see very clearly like how each one works.
Yeah.
Screenshot it.
Like between the super lock and the shark lock, it's hard to say which one would actually be, because like
you know why I say this one, the whatchamacallit, the shark lock is stronger is because it's captured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But on the other hand, the shark lock, the only part that needs to fail is the pin part. You see where the pin goes into that thin liner?
Right here.
If that fails, then the whole thing comes out.
True,
Yeah.
but that could be said for like this guy as well.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying compared to the super lock, because super lock's in a
Yeah, actually, all the locks about the pins is. Yeah.
I think a thin, unheat treated steel liner is gonna fail before that whole titanium area.
Yeah, 100%.
But
I mean, that's also like the compression lock. Like compression lock, I would say is nowhere near as strong as these three, but it makes, like, to me, it's a similar situation. The stop pin and the liner is going to fail long before any of these locking mechanisms will fail.
Right.
You know, realistically, you know,
because it's just a matter of, do things bend and then come out, or does the pin shear first? Which I think that's
right.
Is the shearing.
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna like kind of bend and then come out.
Yeah. That's the calculation that we did before, you know, while testing about the lock's strength. It's like the liner lock is kind of like the weakest lock in whole time because it only have the liner strength, and the liner, you know, even with this all type of locks, their stop pin, their pin is based on the liner, but the angle is different. So even the liner and the pin is not well heat treated, they can still, you know, take like maybe some 15 or even 100 kilograms force about that.
Yeah.
But liner lock is only can take, you know, few kilograms or 10 kilograms, something like that, for the force to press the blade close. So that is the most different part of the force, you know. Even they use the same liner, same heat treat liner.
Yeah.
So the liner lock is so stronger, much more stronger.
And with the liner lock, even if it doesn't fail in the sense of closing completely, you're still damaged the knife to the point where
yeah.
Right. You can't reliably use it anymore. Yeah.
At that point, it's fucked, and it's like, okay, it didn't close on my fingers, but I still need a new one.
Yeah.
Right. But then there's also, again, the practical argument of like, how hard are you going to use your folding knife? Like at the end of the day, right? Like
not much. Like I think all it needs to take. The reason I like a spine rack, even though people don't, is because it's very representative of a single accidental bump into something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I have a scar on my finger from where a liner lock failed on me. Where my mom called my name, I turned around because she called my name, the back of the knife hit a metal bar in my shop and it just closed the knife. That's a real thing that can happen because obviously it did happen.
Right.
Well, I'm not talking about like whacking over and over again as hard as you can, you know, but like one single whack, you know, where it's just like not super hard, but just like, you know, normal force turning around whack. That's representative of a safety issue, right?
Yeah.
So like I like that, but when I see people do some things, I'm like, that's excessive.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. And that's where you get into like crossbar and shark locks and things like this. They do represent like an evolution of like reliability and sort of like dependability of the knife, you know? Which again is so funny because when you look at a lot of tactical knives, they don't use like beefy locking systems like this, you know?
Yeah.
Like as much as I love my Emersons, you know, most of my Emersons are like titanium liner locks. And titanium as a liner is weaker than steel. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Hold on a second here. If I have 2 millimeters or less of titanium, that's not going to be as strong as like 1.25 millimeters of steel.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so again, the hard use knife stuff is so funny to me, man. Like when you really know, you know.
So it's just a marketing concept. It's like people thinking that titanium is stronger than steel. So yeah, here you go, the titanium liner lock.
Like for me, realistically, if I want to like get something to hard use, like I'll pull out a small pocket fixed blade. You know, like this is more hard use than a lot of hard use knives.
Yeah.
You know? Like realistically speaking, you know.
The answer, Kyle, to that question is that it doesn't matter as long as either one breaks at a point that's unreasonable.
Yeah.
Like if it takes excessive force beyond what you would ever encounter, it doesn't matter if it's the lock that breaks first or the blade that breaks first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. No, it's like I the more you get into like, you know, there is when I think about like an industry, I think of like it being a presentation to like a large group of people, right? When you go behind stage, when you have like all the people talking and all of this stuff, it's so funny how much you learn of like, this is all bullshit.
Dude, there's so much in just the name, like the name of a product or a company. Like it influences so much in terms of how much people want something.
Yeah, man. No, and realistically, especially nowadays, it is so based on whether or not one of the like influencers on like YouTube suddenly decides that your product is awesome. All the people who are trying to like just be like have the cool thing suddenly flock to your product like absolute craziness, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't knock anybody's business. Like I think you want to make something, make whatever you want. If you can find people who will buy it, cool, right? But it's so funny to me because like there's this one guy, JRW, right? JRW makes these things called what is it called? The let me pull it up. I can't. It's called the Curator, right? And it's amazing because these things sell out like so fast. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So they make these, right? JRW, right?
Right.
And there's a titanium one that sells for like $150. Okay.
What is it?
And then it's literally just like a worry coin. Like it's literally just something that has bumps. It's machined out of titanium. You rub your thumbs over, right?
What?
And
So
yeah,
you're
and he
paying to buy a thing to torture yourself?
right, right. Dude. No, and it gets crazier because he offers a little like slip like this for his coin that's like it's in leather. He sells just the leather for $50.
What?
Right? So the whole thing is like $200. Every time it's available, it sells out like instantly. Right?
Why?
I mean, well, that's a different market. We call it the pocket trash market.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
Yeah.
the trash you put in your pocket. Some people think it's cool. I mean, I don't know.
No, but what's interesting to me is then he started making rubber ones. Like there it is, right? He sells this rubber one for like almost $50. And it
Right.
sells out instantly. You know why though? Because like guys like Everyday Minimalist, Taylor Martin, like all of those guys, they were like, "Oh, this thing is so dope. It's so cool, blah 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 blah." You know? And yeah, once these things just became popular, like they sell out 100% guaranteed every single time. That's it.
Convince the people who bought them that they bought a piece of crap, though.
Yeah, no. People think like they automatically are like the best thing since sliced bread. And you know what's really funny is like I bought one of his little lanyard beads right here, right? It's just a small version of it. You get like 2 for $25 or whatever. I wanted to see, is there anything special? Do unicorns suddenly fill my house when I have one, right? And no, it's literally just a piece of rubber. And because people said it's cool, you know? That's it.
I mean, it's like, yeah,
It's a different demographic.
yeah.
It doesn't work as much in knives actually as it does in pocket trash. In pocket trash, anything can be like instant knife.
Yeah.
For knives, you do still need to have something unique, or like there needs to be like even if it's not good, it still has to have something unique.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
JRW actually did a knife, and because he had that hype of the curators, the knife, like to me, I don't like it personally. Like I'll be very straight about it, but it sold like crazy. Like you can't get them, and that's it.
What's the knife?
That's it right there.
Oh, it's a fixed blade.
Yeah.
All right. I saw this one.
Yeah. Super popular. Not a great plunge grind on it. This is oddly shaped. I don't know what's going on with the circles.
Yeah. I just can't get over the four lanyards. Four lanyard holes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's terrible, but I mean some people will buy it just because they're already fans.
Yeah.
I think if this was his first product, it would not do well.
No. And by the way, it's $240.
So here's my like, if this was his first product and then knife makers hyped him up, it still wouldn't sell well.
Yeah.
Knife reviewers hyped it up. It's because the only people who are buying this are people who buy his pocket trash and are already fans.
Yeah, exactly. They just want the latest like JRW thing. Yeah.
I do think it's harder for like people like to just only ride on knife influencer hype than it is for pocket trash. Like,
yeah,
pocket trash is a different game, man. It's like,
yeah.
Yes, see that.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of thinking about the pocket trash because it's the physical thing that we can buy. We can have a touch in our hands, so we can remind ourselves that we are living in real life, in real life, in the real world. Because
Yeah.
nowadays there is so much digital life, there is so much digital things happening, and people is like drowning to the digital world. And this kind of pocket trash is kind of a reminder that we are living as a human, so we got the feelings around our tips, so we really feel it. We really can realize that we are in the real world. So I think it's kind of a spirit thing to
Spiritual thing.
yeah, it's kind of to heal your mind, to calm your mind down. Is kind of that kind of thing.
I think
So
it's a like
yeah,
there's the other thing that is well in some ways it's also like people use it to participate even more digitally because they'll take
yeah,
pictures, they'll use it as
Yeah.
props for
yeah,
Instagram.
yeah.
So
So I'll
it
tell
goes
you,
is
I got this coin.
Mm-hmm.
One, because I wanted to see, like, I'm thinking about doing my own coins, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I mainly use it for? Props in my photography for Instagram.
Yeah.
That's as simple as it is. Quite
Yeah, that's
literally.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think is kind of confused for for people. It's kind of like they took some physical things that remind them is in the real world, but they put it in the digital world. So it's kind of yeah. I
Mhm.
just
I have a
I
bunch
just,
of trash too. Like I got like this Boker mermaid coin.
yeah.
I'm like just ran. Oh, I have a knife models coin. These are cute with the cat with the knife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I mean, my only use for this stuff is like maybe I'll take a picture with it.
Right. No, honestly, like I have some stuff, like I'm little self-promotional moment. Like I'm gonna be coming out with these beads, and like I've got like poker chips and stuff like that coming out soon, and like I get it. Like it's nice to have something, that you are in contact with, but I also don't like having a bunch of stuff in my pockets, Like for me, I keep my cell phone, my knife, my wallet. I don't even keep my keys in my wallet or in my pocket. I clip them to my belt, That's it. Like I try to keep as like few things in my pockets as possible, So it's just interesting to me because like very few people are like dopey, Like you guys know dopey, right?
I don't know.
Brian, do you know dopey in the community? Okay. Dopey is a very special guy.
Maybe wants Damon to live in with him.
Dude, Dopey is obsessed with Damon.
Obsessed with Damon.
So, Brian, Dopey is a dude in the community, very sweet, very nice dude, right? But he literally carries, like, on any given day, roughly about 8 knives, 4 handkerchiefs, like 1 or 2 coins. Like, he literally showed one day, like, his EDC in a video, and it just never ended. He was just like, fixed blade, pocket knife, handkerchief. It was like a magician pulling stuff out of his hat. It was crazy.
Oh, dude. Another thing is parasocial relationships. That's a big thing right now.
Oh yeah.
Where people like they get attached to a maker, a designer, and it goes beyond just I like their work. It becomes like we're gonna be part of this community worshiping this figure.
Yeah.
So sometimes people buy coins and like be like I'm part of the community, like challenge coins, right? I'm part of
right.
The we're all connected via this maker, and the maker becomes a very important figure in the person's life beyond I'm a collector and it's a hobby, you know.
Which is a double-edged sword. It's like a fine line to walk, right? Because like, you know, like Dopey jokes about being obsessed with Damon. He's like, Damon, next time you come to the United States, you're never gonna leave. You're gonna live with me, you know, like all of this stuff. It's really cute, right?
Yeah.
But like on one level, it almost ensures that you have a customer base, right?
Yeah.
But on the other side, it can get dangerous because some people don't have boundaries, and it can get to a place where like they expect a lot of stuff from you. They're always messaging you and you don't have time for it, you know, like they want it to be like a relationship, and you're just like, bro, I get, like, I know for me, I'm sure for like all of you guys, like how many messages do you get in any given day? You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot, you know?
From a business perspective, it is obviously beneficial overall.
Yeah.
From a ensuring like the health of the community perspective, it is terrible because it creates cults and like all these like people like who will blindly defend a maker no matter what. Like part I hate the most about Facebook groups is that like they're super toxic and like, you know, just little bubbles of people who will just like never admit that the maker could be wrong about something.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
Actually, honestly, I think it's kind of like it's kind of the leader of this group.
Yeah.
To, you know, to trigger that. It's like if the makers or if the leader of the group is kind of like they want to admit their mistakes, they want to improve, then the community, the group will, you know, also want to, you know, follow him and want to think that he can admit his mistakes. So it's not like what you said. It's not like blind following or something like that. It's based on the leader, based on the maker, what he acts, what he do, and the followers will do the same. So I think it's kind of like a teaching thing to the group, what you bring to the community.
Panderer, excuse me.
It's trended toward the side of like the maker creates a very not good environment. That's what's most common. In cases of like, you know, makers who are like perfectly fine, like Vero, like he's a normal dude, right? He's fine. But like, man, some follower bases are very toxic. Like,
yeah.
If
I'm honest, that's one of the reasons, and it may hurt me, honestly, but it's one of the reasons why I haven't been in a rush to make like a Facebook group. Like, I have one; it exists as like a placeholder, but I'm not adding people. I'm not posting. Like, I did for like a minute, and then I'm just like, you know what? Every time I've dealt with Facebook groups, like Brian says, it got toxic. So I'm not, and it's not my groups, but just seeing like other, like back when I built drones, right? Like people from this camp started to hate people from that camp, and you know, they would come into the groups and troll people and all of this stuff, and it's just like, dude, I don't know what it is about Facebook, but it, like, people feel like they can be horrible on Facebook for some reason. I don't know why, you know, because they don't tend to do that on Instagram, you know. It's very strange, you know, or they don't do it as much on Instagram, you know.
There's elements that contribute to that for sure.
Yeah.
Like one element, for example, is the level of permanence of posts. Right? Trolls really want their mark to be permanent and felt and just always be. So when it's on Facebook, it's like, oh, it's really going to stick. Whereas Instagram, the next post comes the next day instantly.
Yeah.
troll a post and then it gets forgotten the next day. Like it's not worth the effort.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Or on Facebook, it becomes a whole thing and micro threads and like it's
Yeah.
That's why Blade forums was even worse because everything was so permanent and like
Yeah.
everything was archivable and researchable. And Instagram posts, like, you know, I get hate followers, but they give up after a while because like I have over 2,000 posts.
Right.
And you know what?
Right.
They can't find the post where they hated on me 500 posts ago. It's gone, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not going to scroll down all the way until you find it again, right?
Yeah.
No one's
Yeah.
doing that ever again. It's done, right?
Yeah.
So that's like a big part of why Facebook is more toxic. The other part is that every Facebook group has moderators.
Yeah.
And Instagram doesn't have moderators. And you would think that, don't moderators control people's behavior? Absolutely not. What controls people's behavior is they see how the moderators act. And the moderators are terrible people a lot of the time. So people follow their lead. So they'll be like, the moderator's bullying people. The moderator is like allowing all this and that, right? Whereas on Instagram, what happens is people self-moderate. If you're a dick, people call you out.
That's
right?
true. Yeah.
But what happens on a Facebook group if you're a dick and then the moderator backs you up? Oh, it's over. That group.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So that is why Facebook gets toxic so fast. And I don't have a Facebook group. I don't really plan on having one ever. I can't see it go. Like no matter how hard I think about trying to make a good place, I can't think of how I would do it. Like the system itself is just for having like a.
It's funny you say that because also like on the flip side, like I'm in the Pena knife group, right? Like, and yeah, on Facebook. Like I don't ever go on Facebook, but like once maybe every 2 months I'll like check in, right? And because of that, I do miss like all of the Pena drops. You know what I mean? But you know, when I go check, like, let's say the Pena Facebook group, I never see any toxicity, you know? So, like, to what Damon's saying, it definitely depends on the people who are involved in managing it. And what you're saying, if you have a good moderator who's, like, not a psychopath, then you'll have a good group.
Yeah.
Not possible, but difficult.
Yeah. Well, because most people who want to be moderators also want and enjoy controlling people's speech and like having power over other people. So it's like
basically what I find is like it's that you self-select for bad people because the type of person who wants to be a moderator is often someone like you said who wants control. The best moderators are people who don't want to be moderators.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's really true. You know,
it's kind of like a social game. Yeah, people want to have power through social medias, and they just want to control more people, to connect more people, so they can have that power.
Yeah, 100%.
Moderator because I've been offered the position many times, and I've absolutely hated the idea of being one. So it's like the people who don't want to be moderators, like they're like I don't want to like have to deal with like little skirmishes and little arguments. Back and forth. It's like I don't want to deal with that. Like, but there are people who like, oh yeah, give me that. I'm like, oh my God.
100%.
Tell people they're being stupid and like break up arguments or make them worse. Oh yeah, I'm into that. Like.
Man. I'm so obsessed with the moderator position. No idea, because so many people message me. Actually, I'm telling you honestly, so many people ask me to give him or her the moderator title in our group, and I have no idea why you guys so obsessed with this. And because in the Pirate Tech group, it's only around like under 500 person right now, right? 448, I remember. And I don't think that we need any moderator or any experts in the group. We are on the same boat. So why we have to set up so many grades so many levels to like dominating people, controlling people's speech, whatever behavior. Like you are just like a moral director.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is human's nature, you know.
Shark Kniveco's system they implemented with the cards and stuff. Basically, the more you post, the higher your level and rank becomes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no, this is like they're trying to create a sense of superiority in the group. Oh,
Yeah.
because I'm more active, and it's a way to try to create more engagement and make people more loyal and dedicated. But it's toxic, like because if I invest hours of my life to becoming a high rank in the group, I'm not going to give that up easily. And if the maker is threatened, then now I'm threatened because I'm associated with the maker, right?
Yeah.
I'm a person in that group, right? So now I'm going to defend the maker no matter what, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Obviously, it makes sense from a business standpoint, but cults also make sense from a business standpoint. They're very like mega churches and stuff are very lucrative. They're not ethical, but they're lucrative. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, think about like even Apple's sort of like marketing philosophy. You know, they want to segment their buyer group into like, okay, use our ecosystem. And Apple people are like, even though Apple like globally only accounts for like 30% of mobile phone sales, every Apple person is like, Apple superiority. Yes, Apple is the best thing in the world.
Android,
you know?
Disgusting. Android,
yeah,
like
exactly. You know, and it's so funny.
Yeah.
But they've created that sort of culture, you know, and fostered it, and so like because of that, it just now it works on the most basic sense of in-group out-group psychology, and then like social tier psychology, where it's like, oh, if I know Steve Jobs, then I'm more superior to you, who's just a customer. You know, and it's like,
here's you gotta realize that there's a dependence now. Once you're really in the in group, you don't have any other options, right? Like, let's your Facebook group disappeared today. Where would all those people go? They have nowhere. They're not anywhere else. Like they are in his boat, right? Like these are people who've defended him and like, you know, all throughout all the different controversies. They're not welcome in other places. Like no one, like if they go to Reddit, people are gonna be like, yo, like we don't agree with you, get out. Like
yeah, dude, just like Apple people, if all of a sudden Apple disappeared as a company tomorrow and they all had to go get Android phones, all their friends would bag on them. Oh, I see you using Android now. Oh, okay.
Like you don't, and like, and it's even worse in the case of Hinder, right? Because you know, once if Apple disappeared, right? Like you just get rid of your Apple phone, right? You can sort of as an Android person from then on to people who don't know you.
Right.
If your group disappears, you still have your Hinder collection, and you can't show it anywhere else now. No one cares.
Right. Exactly.
It is everything to you. Like, and that's why it's so toxic. I think it's like people are very defensive about where they've spent their money and where they've spent their time. So
it's so funny because like for me, like I guess this is why I'm a little averse to like doing a group, and it may, like I said, it may end up hurting me because I won't have a gathering place for like my acolytes, right? I tend to be very, very agnostic, right? Like from my knives, I have knives from this company, that company, this company, that company, this designer, that designer, etc. Right? Even with my devices, I have an Apple laptop, I have a Windows tablet, Android phone. Like I don't care. You know what I mean? Like I want the thing that has the most utility for me. You know, rather than being aligned in one ecosystem. I don't even use an Apple keyboard. Like I use my laptop like closed, and I have a third party keyboard that I use, you know, like mechanical keyboard. So it's like I'm all over the damn place. I have an LG monitor. You know what I mean?
There's definitely more effort to not have a group. I think in most cases, a group is very business beneficial. Like in my case, it works because I have a high level of activity in the community. So like people kind of hear what I'm saying all the time anyway. Because I do videos every day. I have over 2,000 posts. I'm like on lives and stuff. Like so like. As far as like for me, it's not as much of an issue. You know, what's funny is I've actually been accused myself of having a cult following, and I'm like, well, you know, it's not really a cult following if like I don't talk to my followers in a sense. Like I don't tell them stuff. Like I don't have a group, so like people just sort of like maybe they agree with what I say, and you know, I guess in some sense it's a following, right? But
yeah.
One thing I have found out is like, you know, I have some people who I appreciate who like really, really like support me. I love that. It's great, right? There are some people who take it too far, and I tell them that. You know, I'm like, you know, don't like attack people who disagree with me. It's okay, they can disagree with me. You know, you can with them in turn in the comments, right? But don't like DM people like hate or anything like that. Like, because
exactly.
I try to remind people is like. I'm not trying to control you. You're your own person. But if you say you're my supporter and then do things that I wouldn't do, that's a negative reflection on me. Right?
Exactly.
If I have an argument with a knife maker and then one of his fans sends me a glitter bomb, that's a negative reflection on the knife maker. Because he is creating a type of following that would do that, right?
Right.
Someone who supports me would never send a glitter bomb to someone because they know I don't stand for that kind of harassment and shit like that. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I make that clear. I'm like, don't do that shit, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I think that like, and one thing I want to relate also is I see a lot of knife makers complain about their customers. They'll be like, oh, my customers are so stupid. Oh, I don't want them to disassemble my knives because they're so dumb. Your customers are a reflection of you.
Yes.
So, you have a lot of problems with your customers. You think they're stupid. You think they're annoying. You think they're arrogant. You know, like, like for me, like I love my customers. I have no issues. Like,
exactly.
They're super generous. Like, and I'm like, the way I see it, like, if my customers are this awesome and I never complain about them, it's because I'm doing a good job attracting the right people.
Yeah. It's
exactly.
kind of like the followers. It's kind of like you guys have the same thing in common, so they will follow you. So basically, your followers, your customers is same title. It's the reflection. It's same type of people as you. So that's the point.
It's like a mirror of who you are and what you represent. You know. So like, if you. Like you said, if you don't like those people, then the problem is you, not those people.
These are your customers. Like this is your product that you're choosing to market in a specific way. Like if you market to morons, I mean, you're gonna get morons. Like,
dude, it's so funny you say that because like I was even thinking about that the other day. Like, all of the people, for example, who've like hopped in the chat or who are in the chat of the live stream, like I know most of these guys. I love these guys. Like I sit and I have I've talked with most of them, you know, like one-on-one, and like the ones that I haven't recently, or the ones that I have recently, for example, like Kyle. I mean, we sat on the phone, first time we talked for like 3 hours, you know what I mean? And it's like, dude, I'm happy to know the guy, you know, like.
I've seen horror stories of knife makers say like, oh, a customer sent in the knife and they fucked with it and they ruined it and they didn't say anything, right? That is a reflection of their lack of trust in you that they didn't tell you. Because I've had customers accidentally ruin knives and they say, Brian, I'm really sorry. I know this is my fault completely. I ruined the knife. I did something I wasn't supposed to do. Will you still fix it? And they say that because they trust that I will say yes, and I do say yes. Because like, you know, like, why wouldn't I fix it, right? But there are makers who fix it, and that's why people lie to you, right? That's why people what they've
the
done.
trust is like mutual, you know. It's like you trust your customers that they say something is broken, it's not their fault, then it is true. You trust them, and then your customer will trust you as well. They will tell you if it's their fault or not.
Right.
Yeah, that's the case. That's the point. I trust in
Yeah.
them.
It's like the same thing like my sister with my nephew. She tells him, if you tell me the truth, you won't get in trouble, right? I'm just saying, like, just hey, tell me what happened so I can know what went wrong, and then I'll either way. Like, it doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. I'll fix it. Like,
I think it reminds me of like when I was still working as a customer service at Kaiser, and everyone just emailed me and telling me it's their fault or it's not their fault. So I would just like sending them replacements because like from my perspective, I was a CS, so I have to seeing things from both sides. What if it is our brand's factory issues, or maybe it's their issues, but which matters the most? So I think like speaking of this, it really reminds me of this customer service time in Kaiser. And then after I left Kaiser, okay, so while I was still at Kaiser, I also did the live stream, right? I started the live stream for Kaiser, and then after I left, and I also started the live stream, and everybody just followed. I think sometimes like it's also a reflection, like all these people's personality, characteristic. It's also like you also have some of these things. They will trust you, even though you haven't met them in real life. I met some of them back in Atlanta, not all of them, but I think we might see some reflections from one another. Like I can see some reflections from you, Sharif, and also from other Manganas, some fans like that. So I think trusting, like mutual trust, and also the understanding that matters.
Yeah, it's a relationship. Like no matter how you want to think about it, like you have entered into a relationship with these people, and if you hate the people that you're in a relationship with, then you're making bad decisions. like like realistically speaking, you know.
It's crazy how many knife makers complain about their customers all the time. Like, oh, my customers are all Karens or whatever. And I'm like, hey man, like that's who you wanted to sell to. Like there's normal people out there. There's 6 billion people or more, on the planet. There's plenty of normal people to sell to. You chose to sell to dumb people. Like
even when I had my old business making drones, right? In what, like 4 years of business, I only had one customer ever lie to me. Ever. You know?
1 in 4 years.
Yeah. And the guy, he, like, back in the day, the drones that I was making, the frame was literally made out of 6mm thick carbon fiber. Like, you could literally fly the thing into a tree at 100 miles an hour and it wouldn't break, right? He claimed he flew it into a tree at like low speeds and he broke it. Like I did the testing, you know, like I know that it's
literally strongest to compressive force. Like
exactly. Like there's no way no way. Like he had to go like out of his way, put it on a tabletop and hit it with a sledgehammer to break it. But he said he broke it. So to me, it was like, okay, one guy out of all of these people who had an issue, whatever, here, take a free frame. I'll replace it. Like it's so much easier for him now to go and tell people, oh, I got this thing for free from him, right? Versus him to now say these shitty things about me online and saying like, oh, well, he says it shouldn't break. I broke it. He didn't want to replace it. Blah, 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 blah. Right?
I mean,
you know?
Who like was terrible and he lied about stuff and whatever. I just say, hey, you know what? Full refund, go away. Like, just go away. Don't buy from me. And then that's the only person that's been blocked in 4 years.
Yeah. I would never, I would never question the customers about their questions, their issues. I would,
Yeah.
I would only do that for for study the problems the issues.
Right.
Yeah, to find out how we can fix it, how we can improve that, how we can avoid that.
Yeah.
That would be the only question I ask them.
Just like instead of provoking an argument or
Yeah,
quarrel,
Yeah,
but just
Right.
find a solution
yeah,
instead of just keep arguing on this
Yeah.
pointless thing.
yeah. I think it's no
Oh.
point of that. It's like if you have issues, if you have a problem, just fix that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just say
Right.
Yeah, whose fault is not important. It's just
Yeah.
like fix things is most important.
Yeah, and also and for me, like, even if I'm gonna say a customer is lying, and that's like I said, it's only happened once. You need definitive proof. It's not just a I think or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
the customer said that I refused to fix something, even though I had emails with him, which I showed him, where I was like, look, I literally said I'd fix all this stuff for free. It wasn't fixing because the knife wasn't broken. He just wanted something modified, and I said,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll modify it for free. And he started going around saying that I refused. So I was like, yeah, that's not cool. Like,
Yeah. Oh no, that reminds me. I did have one other bad customer, and it was a really funny situation. But like, it was Sunday, and I was printing out my shipping labels for Monday, right? And on Sunday, the post office is closed. But when you print the shipping labels, it automatically sends out an email to say your package is shipped, right? Sunday night, he sent me a really angry message, and he knew me personally. He was like, why are you lying to us? Why hasn't my shipping updated? Like, you are defrauding your customers, like X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, dude, it's Sunday. Like, the post office is closed. Like, I'm gonna ship your thing out Monday morning, when the post office is open. He was like, no, you're lying. You're defrauding customers, like all of this stuff. And I was like, all right, dude, here, full refund, don't bother me, any of this stuff. What's really funny is, like, later that week, he lived in San Diego. He came up to a drone racing event, like, on Thursday or Friday, and I saw him, and he came up and he apologized to me. He was like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I was really stoned. I smoked a bunch of weed, and I was like, out of my brain, and, I wasn't seeing things normally. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. I'm still not going to let you buy from me anymore. Like, no, go buy somebody else's product. Like, if you can't handle yourself, like, I'm good.
I think most of the clients, they just want us to fulfill their orders the next second after they place the order.
I mean, the problem with that is Amazon. Amazon.
Amazon ruined the whole thing.
Yeah.
To fulfill the order the next second, and then they can receive the parcel the next day morning right in their front door.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I could do it.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I could do, like, next day instantaneous shipping. I really wish. Like, that's the dream. You know what I mean? But
you know how we talked about packaging earlier?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, both we and just both ours and like customers hope the same, for the shipping. For customers, if they get quick shipping, they can get the product first. They can get the product really quick. And for us, it's like, if they can get the product really quick, we can get the money really quick back. So it's a mutual thing that we want the same thing, but we just can't do it for that quick.
Yeah. I mean, so you were gonna say, Brian, about the packaging.
Yes. So we were talking earlier about, like, cheap packaging versus expensive packaging and nice looking packaging and stuff like that. One thing I was going to say is, even though I do cheap packaging, I pay extra to ship faster. I only ship priority because do care about my knife getting there quick because people are impatient. So I do shipping priority small flat rate for everything.
Yeah.
Costs double, right? Shipping in a normal cardboard box or whatever. It costs double, but like people appreciate getting their shit fast.
Yeah, they really do. They really do.
I actually have a question. Like, what would be the faster like delivery in domestic US, like USPS or UPS?
Generally speaking, USPS is really fast, like 2 to 3 days anywhere in the country. Sometimes it takes longer, but not always. FedEx and UPS are second to USPS, and the USPS will be the cheapest to ship between all three.
So it's like the cheapest and the fastest.
Yeah, basically.
Yes, and FedEx are safer.
Yeah. Well, not always, because I ordered some parts from a Pew Pew store on 2 occasions, and it got shipped to me by FedEx, and somebody at FedEx stole my packages.
Yeah, it happened. I had a story get stolen by USPS recently.
Yeah. So now what I will recommend to you guys, right, is if you set up a US warehouse and you ship from the US, don't put Pyrotech as the shipper. Call it like, P company fulfillment or something like that, right?
PT.
Yeah. So like,
okay.
Because what people do is they will read the label and see, like, so if they know the knife industry, they'll see Pyrotech and they know exactly what's in the box, so they'll grab it, right?
Oh, I see.
Got it.
Yeah.
So luckily, we don't have any logo or label outside of the box. So I think it might work. And also, like for the label, for the shipping label, like USPS, I don't think it also has the Pyrotech name on it. It says Oh, really?
Yeah, like I'll show you an example real quick.
Shipping label.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Yeah. I mean, the shipping label means they only got the. 当然某某的一个公司名。佢只會有
I don't have anything with a shipping label on it right now, but you will see like the shipper's name and address on the top section, and the person receiving the package.
Oh.
So the top, like I have a label printer over here. So I buy the shipping on my computer and I print it from there, and then I just put it on the box, right?
So
it will say, yeah, I use USPS, but that label will say Manganas steel. Oh. So I actually have to change that, and I say like MS fulfillment, for example, So if somebody who works at the post office knows Manganas steel, they're going to be more likely to open that box and try and take the product.
In the knife industry, it happens a lot.
It does. Yeah.
Even back in the days, we worked from Kaiser, is the same. We lose like a whole box, whole packaging
of the
products due to the shipping from USPS or something like that. It's kind of like the people work for the shipping companies. Most likely they use knife, for their job, for packaging, for something for their job. So most likely they are the people in the knife community. They know knife brands. So yeah, that will happen.
But, we are shipping the knives from China right now because the production process is a little bit slow. So we are shipping from China, and first would be shipping by the China Post. It doesn't have our names on the label, and then once the parcel enter the US, and they will just change the label to USPS for domestic delivery. So I wasn't quite sure if there's any like pirated name on the label, but for shipping some clip, some filler, some other replacement things, not the knife, not even the blade, I will use USPS. Shipping directly from China, and it doesn't also shows our pirated name on the label. But I was just curious. I was just curious, like if they can find our brand name on the label, because I didn't see it. I didn't see it from the label.
Yeah, let me see if I can kind of show you real quick. I'm gonna have to blur it, certain parts of it, so I don't like dox myself. Yeah, but I'll show you like the typical USPS shipping label.
If this is knives, they just Google and swipe it. Okay.
So
everyone will Google the brands, even the customs. Sometimes you will see like you are shipping a batch of 15 knives, and then when it just reaches at the overseas warehouse, it turns out to be like 49 or 48.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like one or two is missing.
Yeah.
Not the whole batch.
Well,
but it works.
Normally it's kind of like a customs thing, you know.
Customs thing.
You know, they will check your package, and maybe they will take 1 or 2 out, and then seal the package again, and then ship out. Yeah.
So
like the I will say though, if you're gonna ship from China to the US, for me the fastest has been DHL. And I've definitely had the least amount of issues with DHL, you know. Like I said, like I worked with Chinese factories for like 4 years, and I never had a problem with DHL. Like it costs extra for sure, you know. But definitely I had no issues, you know. I'm almost done with the label. I'm just covering up as much as I can right now. This is gonna look like a government document that's all like covered up. Yeah, exactly. It's so funny, like. But yeah, here we go. All right, this should be the last part. Hopefully nobody can figure anything out from this. But we'll take our chances. We'll take our chances. All right. So the US shipping label usually looks like this. Where is it? There it is. So like up here, you'll have, you know, your name and your address wherever it's getting shipped from, you know, and then you'll have the person who's receiving it like here. So what I'm saying is like for this part right here, right, you definitely want it to say like right here, you definitely want it to say, let's say like you know, let's call it P Tech Fulfillment, you know, something like that, you know.
Yeah.
So like nobody is, you know, understanding of what that is or who it came from, you know, like that kind of thing, right? So and this is printed right from my like shipping service, you know. So this is what gets put on every single box. So you just want to be, you know, safe.
Yeah.
when you ship stuff, because that's the easiest way for anybody to kind of like figure out and like take stuff, you know. Even for me, I've considered stop using my real name, so like
Mhm.
not saying Sharif M, because people also know that.
Yeah.
So they're gonna be like, "Oh, Sharif, that's not a name I see very frequently. It must be him," you know. So,
Oh, Kyle said UDSLLCPS is center for my Kraken scouts. Oh, we actually use the third party logistic company. So
So
we
maybe
chose
this is not a problem for us. I think
yeah
we
because
Okay,
use
good,
the booking
good.
agent for that. Yeah.
yes, and also we chose the USPS for shipping the scouts. So I think yeah, no any pirated words showing on the label.
Yeah.
Okay, good,
Oh,
good,
that
good.
would be great. Yeah.
Someone said, sure, if I just scanned that barcode ordering from Adam and Eve again.
Do you guys know Adam and Eve? I think you do.
要当语笑了。
You two are naughty, naughty.
这个船。
What I missed? I just had to go heat treat something, like pull it out of the oven.
We just discovered that Kay and Damon know Adam and Eve.
I don't know. What did I say?
Sure. Oh, I don't know. I'm so innocent. Oh man.
Oh, by the way, are you guys living what is that called? The EDT time right now is 13 hours behind China time. So you should be like 14 hours behind us, right?
So it's 1 a.m. for Brian and I, because we're both in California.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's another daylight saving time, is that correct?
Yeah. So for us it shifts, an hour. Yeah.
Got it.
So
Okay.
yeah,
So,
it's a weird system, but whatever. It works.
You know what time is it right now at our place?
Oh, it's what, like 1 or 2 p.m.? No.
Yeah, no. It's 5 p.m. here.
Oh, dang. Okay, never mind.
Our day is about to end, and then your Wednesday is just started.
Yeah. And well, Brian doesn't sleep like normal people hours.
No, I
know?
don't.
Yeah.
When do you go to bed?
It's different every day, so I kind of just go with the flow.
Okay.
Sometimes it's 1 a.m., sometimes it's 3 a.m., sometimes it's never.
You know what? I just literally go to bed around like 11 p.m. Like I can't just like stay after 11 p.m. I'm gonna pass out. Because recently we adopted another 2 kitties, and then I've been taking care of them just like a newborn baby. Like every morning I just wake up like 7:30 and then feed them like 4 times a day, and I just like taking care of them, going to pee, going to poop, and then milk. Oh, I'm just like a babysitter.
No, I'm like Brian here. You know that I sleep crazy times.
Yeah.
So
We know you. We know you, Sharif.
yeah. Lately, I've been sleeping at like 4 o'clock in the morning for some reason, just because my body just said, "Yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna sleep at 4 a.m. and then wake up at like 9."
So you're literally like having insomnia, or it's just normal, not calling it insomnia?
No, like it's one of those things. Like I start getting ideas, and then I'll start working on the ideas, and then
Yeah.
next thing you know, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Speaking of this, like I found everyone, like just men, every man, they are just like having ideas in the middle of the night, like 12 a.m. Exact 12 a.m. Everyone would just has suddenly have all these inspirations, ideas rush into their head. I'm like, what was that?
I think it's kind of like
Why 12 a.m. always like everything just bomb into your head?
it's kind of like
Because
yeah.
you don't have to. Your brain finally relaxes at
Yeah.
that point. You don't have to worry about, going to the post office, paying a bill, going to a meeting, going to talk to this person or that person. You're finally at a place where you're like usually just sitting, and your brain kind of starts to relax. You ate dinner, the food is like no longer, like your stomach is no longer working, and all of the blood rushes to your brain, and
And
you
also
just
no other noises.
yeah, it's quiet, and you just suddenly you take a look at what you've been working on, and you're like, oh, I can do that. So you start like working on that,
Yeah.
and then,
So the most
like,
relaxing moments
Same
in the
here.
day.
Same here.
yeah, exactly,
That is the only thing that I can understand. Just like Damon, like our partners, our factory partners, like everyone, just like a designer or even a program designer, whatever. Everyone just like having ideas and inspirations at 12 a.m. I was like, 12 a.m. What does that mean? 12 a.m.
She was like shutting down.
I always shut down. If you ask me to stay awake till 12 a.m., you're gonna see me like that, like zombie. Why are you telling me to stay awake?
No, that's why working with like overseas factories always worked for me, because they're like sending me an email at like 12 a.m. and they're like, oh, I want to catch you before you go to sleep. And I'm like, no, I'm going to be awake after you get off work.
Yeah. You're still awake after the day off work.
Yeah. Like you just get used to the schedule, and then you're like, oh, now I can talk to you instantly, versus like if I go to sleep at like 10 or 11, there's only maybe 2 hours like where we are, available at the same time. So I have to wait for the next day. But if I stay awake until 3 a.m., I can talk to you until you leave work, So it worked out that way,
I have to with some of the designers. It's like the first day I send an email, the second day he replies, and the third day I send an email, and then it's
I hate that. No, we can send all 3 of those emails in like a few hours and like be done with all of the decisions. It's like, let's go.
So this time difference really is such a fun thing.
Yeah. No, it works out, It's I feel bad for you guys, because during your workday, a lot of the US is asleep, and like if you're trying to talk to a shipping company, for example, nobody is going to be up at 3 o'clock who works at a shipping company, It's just a crazy designer who's going to be awake.
So, Sharif, it's 10 past 5 p.m. here, and I think we gotta go because I have got 2 kitties to feed, and also I should start preparing the dinner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another kitty that needs to be taken care of. Yeah, so thank you so much for having us tonight.
Yes,
And,
yes.
We look forward to seeing you in US again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. I miss you guys.
We miss you, so come to China as soon as possible. And
Hey.
lose weight. Don't lose weight.
Yeah.
No, I did. I'm already 10 kilos lighter. I lost 10 kilos already. Yeah.
You know what? I gained 5 kilos.
So I'm on my way. You know, next year, hopefully, I will do like another maybe 20 kilos plus, and then we'll be good to go.
Sure. Come to China.
Sounds good. All right, you guys. Have a good night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, you too. Ciao.
You.
Bye.
Yeah.
See you.
All right, Brian. I think that's our cue to also end the stream. We've been going for a long time, dude. Much longer than I expected.
I went quiet for a bit because I had to do some oven repair, and I was like looking up like my thermocouple replacement.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was like looking up like, oh, where do I buy this shit? Like I don't have to do this often. It's like a couple year thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It was fun.
No, thank you for joining me, man. I really appreciate it. I always love chatting with you, so
For sure. Yeah.
definitely appreciated you.
All right, man. Well, I guess I'll call it then. Good night.
Yeah.
All right.
Peace.
Good night.
Later, man. Alrighty, guys. Thank you all for tuning in, man. Like, for those of you guys who stayed up super late with us, I hope you had fun tonight. You know, I wanted to mix it up. Usually, I have Maddie and Stevie on, and love those guys, but I just wanted to have some different guests on for once tonight, and you know, just make it a little entertaining for you guys who tune in with some different perspectives, different viewpoints tonight. So really appreciate every single one of you. I wasn't kidding when I said it earlier. Like, I know most of you guys. I appreciate every single one of you. You know, your friendship and your support genuinely means the world to me. So just please have a great week. Have a great Thanksgiving. You know, really, like, try not to eat too much, and if you do, make sure you enjoy it. And yeah, dudes, I'll catch you later. All right, you guys have a good night. Peace.